everyone. I hope you are doing well today. We get to start off with this Math Pesto puzzle today, so I'll talk about that in a second. It is some sort of S-cell Tapa. I don't know exactly what's going on with it yet. We'll figure it out. It will be its own adventure. In terms of things going on around the stream, the big thing going on around the stream is that in 8 days at this exact time, so that is Monday at this time rather than Sunday, we will be doing our 24-hour stream that I know we've been talking about for a while, but as previously mentioned, Tristan and I are moving, and so we are going to have a 24-hour stream as a sort of fundraiser for the move, so you can enjoy an increasingly delirious Zeta solving puzzles, playing games, doing other things. Hey, Peter, nice to see you. I often see you on Discord. I haven't seen you around the stream too often. But yes. So, let's see. I also should welcome Danita, our newest windmill. So thank you, Danita, and we'll get you a windmill dance. So let's get you that. Woo! 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 Woohoo! Woohoo! Wee! Woohoo! Woohoo! Welcome to the windmills, Danita. So if you did not know, the people who support the channel, at various levels, we have the fans, the windmills, and the turbines. The people at windmills and above get to look at the list of puzzles, the ever-increasingly long list of puzzles that we are considering for the stream, and they get to vote for which puzzle they most want to see, and then I always start each stream with whatever puzzle is the most voted for. So today, the most voted for puzzle is this puzzle, TapaS. The S is for Schrödinger. That S is a typo by Math Pesto. And so this puzzle was voted for by the following supporters: Woofer, Nordy, Ken, Doomediat, Luda, Russ, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. Thank you all so much for your support. It really means a lot. It has been a huge boon to our life and has made it very worthwhile and very enjoyable for us to keep doing this. So thank you so much. Yes, 24-hour stream indeed. 24-hour stream hype. Tristan should make a cool thumbnail that we can keep spamming everywhere for the 24-hour stream so people know about it in advance, like in the Discord and everything. Because we definitely want that one registered early, not at the last minute. Alrighty, let's see. So let's see. So this puzzle, we have some LMD page examples that I'll look at after I read this rule set. So this is an S-cell puzzle. So an S-cell puzzle involves placing the digits 0 through 9 in every row, column, and box. And so every row, column, and box, in order to do that, needs one cell that has two things in it. So, for example, this cell could contain both a 0 and a 9, provided that my keypad turned on. So that would be a perfectly allowable thing to have happen. Hey, Amy, how are you doing? Digits along a gray line, sum to a multiple of 10. Digits can repeat on a line if it's allowed by other rules. Okay, got it. Is my mic too high, Tristan, or something? Do I need to turn down the gain or something? We also have Tapa. So we need to shade some cells so that all shaded cells form one orthogonally connected area. And each digit in a circle corresponds to a block of consecutive cells in the up to 8 surrounding cells. And then an S cell counts as 2. If a circle contains 2 clues, the corresponding blocks of shaded cells must be separated by at least one unshaded cell. Okay, so this is sort of traditional Tapa rules, but let me sort of, let's see, maybe Penpa mode will be better for this. Yeah, Penpa mode is better for this. When you look at this, you can see this circle Why can't you see my cursor? There we go. Now you can see my cursor. This 4 is saying that there's 4 shaded cells all contiguous around this cell. So we've got that. And this is a 2,3S cell. And this 2,3S cell is saying there's a 2 group and a 3 group. And then this 0 is, of course, saying there's a 0. All right. It also notes that a 0 can only be in a circle if it's the only digit in the circle. And I've now failed to switch back to CTC. There we go. Okay. So, I think all clues or all clued cells are unshaded. So let's start with that. Hey, Naverio. So we get to start with some definitionally unshaded cells. By the way, is there a recommended bet tree for this from anyone who has done this puzzle? Okay, and so is there absolutely no interaction between the lines and the Tapa? Or did I miss a rule? I probably missed a rule. I don't see it, though. Someone in chat who's a better skimmer of rules than I am can tell me what rule I missed that relates the lines and the shading. But I really don't see anything about the lines and the shading here. Okay, and it is the shaded cells that are connected, not the unshaded cells. Having to remind myself. I've done a handful of Tapa, but not many before. So I have to reiterate the rules to myself, and this is slightly weird. I did know that lines sum to a multiple of a 10, but I assumed the lines would not be unrelated to the Tapa, but it sounds like the lines are completely unrelated to the Tapa. So, like, here's a couple things I can note. Hey, DDX! This cell can have at most 2 things next to it. So this is a 0, 1, or 2. And this one, likewise, is a 0, 1, or 2. This one actually is at most 3. This one's at most 4. Oops. So we're like getting sort of kind of close to having a like weird quadruple type thing. If any of these were S cells, this would be a quadruple. Good spot. So Selena has a good place to start, which is that this cell must be shaded. And the reason why this cell must be shaded is if it's not, these 2 cells see exactly the same cells. So this cell is definitely shaded. And the shaded cells are connected, so that cell's also shaded. So this isn't a 0 in particular. Likewise, this can't be a 0, because if this was a 0, this would also be a 0. By the same Selena logic. Sorry, by the way, I might have said Isabella. I meant Selena. Selena pointed that out. So let's see. So if this is a 0, this is a 1. Right. Because of this green cell here, this can't be 3. Is Nico's point, because that would not be 3 connected things. So and in fact now I do have a 0, 1, 2 triple in the column. And so none of these are S cells. We're going to go ahead and mark not S cells. Let's see, maybe this for not S cells. But this is a 0, 1, 2 triple. Those need the numbers 0, 1, and 2. So this is never a 1 or a 2. This is always a 3 or a 4. And if this is always a 3 or a 4, because it's 3 or 4 contiguous shaded cells, I never avoid getting these two shaded. Hey, Ace of Spades. I hope you're doing well. So we've got all of that set up. Now this can't be a 0 because it doesn't see 0 things visibly. And so now that's a 1-2 pair, which makes this the actual 0. And we get to do a 0 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And the fact that that's a 0 means that's a 1, which means that's a 2. The fact that this is a 0 means both of these are green. The fact that that's a 2 means this is gray. So let's see. What else can we do? So this needs to be more than 1. Oh, it is already more than 1. This is 2, 3, 4, or 5, I guess. I don't know that I really want to mark that. Oh, because it could have a... No, it can't have a 1 in it. There's a 1 in the box, Tristan. Oh, Tristan wants me to say it's not a 4 or a 5. That's fair. It's not a 4 or a 5 because they're not connected. So there's always a 3 in this cell. No, that's not true. There could just be a 2. Never mind. So, yeah, okay. No 2x2 is shaded. Let's see. So these numbers are at least 3. That's probably interesting when it comes to the fact that these need to sum to a multiple of 10. So, in fact, they need to sum to exactly 10, because I can't make them sum... Oh, no, I could make them sum to 20 if there's an S cell in there. Dagnammit. Because, yeah, one of these could be an S cell. This is not an S cell, that's true, because there's not enough sort of room for it to be. If this cell was unshaded, this cell would contain a 2. And it can't contain a 2, so this cell is shaded. And there's not allowed to be 2x2s, so this cell's unshaded. Let's see. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Nico. Because this line doesn't have to sum to 10. It can sum to 20. At least as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I think Nico was talking about this line. This is row 7, column 8, talking about the impact it would have on this line, right? Oh, this is also an align, is the point. Okay. Right. So one of these two has to be an S cell, is the point. Because if neither of these is an S cell, the maximum this digit can be is 5. In fact, actually, even if this were the S cell, it's still not big enough. because if this is the S cell, the biggest it can be is 6. And 6 plus 3 is still not big enough. So, okay, I agree with Nico's point. Oops. This cell, definitely an S cell. So all of these are not S cells. Oh, that's the wrong color of gray. Oops. And if that is an S cell, we know what the shading looks like. Looks like that. Let's see. Oops. Why did I hit that? If this cell's unshaded, it disconnects the shaded cells, because the shaded cells need to be connected. And the same is true of this cell, and the same is true of this cell, and the same is true of this cell. In order to make all of that work, just because of the shaded cells are connected rule. This cell definitely contains a 1 and a 4. Just by looking at it. And so if it contains a 1 and a 4, we know what the shading looks like. It contains a 1 and a 4, by the way, because I see the 1 for the Tapa clue, and then I need a 4 in order to make it sum to 10. And then the 4 need to be connected, and that one was already shaded, so we get that going on. Okay, that's going to place an S cell up here after I finish my Xing. Because just by magic, this now is the only place for an S cell in the column. For example, we need to avoid a 2 by 2. Good. Yep. Good point to Josh. Oh, row 7 also needs X's. Good point. From Ron and Yuri. Let's see. As always, I will look forward to when I can get rid of the X's. But for now, we are stuck with them, I believe. Okay, so there's no X cells here. So now that there's no S cells on here, there can't be an 8 or a 9, and this does have to sum to 10, so there can't be a 5. So this is a virtual 3-4 pair. Because I need a 3. This is either 3, 7, or 4, 6. This is a 3 or a 4. So these numbers are all big. They're all at least 5. Uh-oh, that's broken. No, it's not, because this isn't a circle. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In fact, actually, though, if I look at it, the maximum these two sum to is 6. Sorry, the minimum these two sum to is 5. No. Right. This can only be 5. Because if this was as big as 6, there's no way to make this work. So this just is a 5 in order to make the math work. And this is a 3, and these are a 4, 6. If this were a 4 now, because of the numbers that were at play, this number being at least a 6 would break the line, because I couldn't get to... Oh, nope. Sorry, I'm wrong. That line has an extra cell on it. Annoyingly, this line actually goes up to there. Yeah, annoying. So we've got that. Right, and this is an S cell anyway. So what I did was wrong in like 6 different ways. Let's see. Uri is pointing out that we actually know the sum of this line, because this cell itself sums to a minimum of 11. So this can't possibly sum to less than 20. And Yuri claims if we try and make it sum to 30, that's too many. Let's see. I could do 8, 9, 4, 2. That's 23. I feel like I could do 8, 9, 4, 2, and 7, and that would be 30. So I don't think I know that yet. uh, this cell can no longer contain a 1. Oh, it's also marked as not an S cell. So this is just a 3, 4, or 5 itself. And these two cells need to sum to a multiple, or sorry, need to sum to 5 more than a multiple of 10. So they sum to a number that's 5 mod 10. So that is just to say they just sum to 5, because they can't sum to 15 just because of the numbers that go here. So these two numbers sum to 5. So this can't be a 3, because then this would be a 2. This can't be a... this can't be a 4, because there's a 4 in the column. So this just is a 5, and that's a 0. Is, I believe, how that works. So that's not a 5. That just being, again, because the whole box sums to 45, even in an S-cell puzzle. And so these need to sum to 40. They can't sum to anything else, just because of the candidates that were available for these two cells. So now, the 5 in a circle has meaning, Paul Fly points out. So yeah, so that shades these. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we've got some various maths to do up here that I hope we get away with not having to do. But I'm not sure yet. Let's see. Do I know if this cell is an S cell? I don't think I yet know. This cell, I know what it is exactly, because I know all the shading around it. This cell just is a 5. Oops. This cell just is a 5. Because it has a block of 5 shaded cells around it, and there's no way I could change that. Are there any other cells where I know so much about the shading that I know the thing? And I don't know that, like, all circles are given or anything annoying like that, I don't think. Good spot from Martin. These two cells need to sum to 9. In order to make this whole line sum to 10, but they can't use a 1, a 2, or a 3, so these have to be 4, 5. And now, just by sudoku, we can place the 4 here. Because remember, this cell contains a 4. So that's a 4, and that's a 4, so therefore that's a 4. Which makes this cell shaded. And also makes these a 3, 7, which knocks 7 out of all of these. Oh, or 0, right. 0, 9 was an option, except it wasn't because of that. Good point, Martin. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I was definitely not going to do that correctly. And so that places the 3 in this box here. Just by sudoku again. So these two either sum to 7, or they sum to 17. If they sum to 7, they could not be 0, 7, 2, 5, or 3, 4. They would have to be 1, 6 exactly. Otherwise, they're 8, 9 exactly. So these are either 1, 6 or 8, 9. They can't be 8, 9 because that would leave this S cell with only 1 digit, which does not work. So these are 1, 6, actually. Making this an 8, 9. So that's 23 plus 7 is 30. And that gives us this whole box. Okay, so these are not 8 or 9. These are a 5, 6 pair. So it looks like Josh did that math in a completely different way, which is fine. Let's see. There assuredly is a uniqueness argument to be made around the shading of these cells. I won't think about it too hard, but I'm sure there is, because otherwise they did that. Row 6, column 5. It's not being ignored on purpose. I just don't think I know anything about it. Oh. No. Okay, no. Garian's point is genius. This cell is not an S cell, and those two are both gray, so they must connect. Good spot, Garian. So we get all of that shading around here, and so we actually know that this is a 6. Okay, so these two need to sum to either 9 or 19, and they're not going to sum to 19. So these two need to sum to 9, and they're not 1, 8, 3, 6, or 4, 5. So they're either 2, 7 or 0, 9, I think, are the only ways of making these two sum to 9 like they are supposed to. I don't think I know which yet, at least not that I am aware of. This circle, see anything yet? Let's see. Selena would like us to pencil mark this column. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the answer to what goes in this column. So if this is 0, 9, that's an 8. Oh, right. This 2, 3 is an S cell, so it certainly makes that a 7 and that a 3, is Dag's point. Very, very good. So these cells now actually are just a pair, because they're not 0, 1. One of them is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are a 2, 7 pair. So probably there's something heinous to do with these cells. I think these cells just can't sum to 10, right? Yeah, these cells just can't sum to 10, so they have to sum to 20. They certainly can't sum to more than 20. So this certainly can't be a 0, right? If this was a 0, that would never work. If this is an 8, I would need these to sum to 12, which they could do as 5 and 7 only. If this is a 9, I would need these two to sum to 11, which they just can't. So this is an 8, with this being a 7 and this being a 5 and this being a 2 and a 6. I will concur with Selena's assessment that was not the prettiest thing I've ever done. This being a 0, 9 now, though, does tell me that these aren't 0, 9, they're 2, 7. Because if they were 0, 9, they would break this cell. So there is my 2, 7. So these are a quad of 0, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, sorry, not 1. 1's over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 0, 5, 8, 9 are what numbers go in these cells. For the record. Let's see. Yeah, might as well mark these as well while we're doing pencil marking. Sadly, Mark is not super great at pencil marking in S-cell puzzles, although Mark almost succeeded in this one. These are 6, 8, and 9 for whatever purpose. Right. If there's a line here that's sort of obscured, but Paul Fly is completely correct. Oh, no, sorry. No, Paul Fly has caught themselves after convincing myself they were right. This could be a 0, 0 line, which sounds like a Math Pesto thing to do. Uh, let's see. I'm checking to make sure I don't have any sort of like connectivity arguments to make going on. Yeah, we do know it's not 5, 5. So the only digits that can go in this cell are 1, 2, and 3, actually. Because I could have a 2 here, or a 3 here, and then I could have a 1 here, depending. So this is only from 1, 2, 3. It tells me the shading on these two cells is the same for whatever it's worth. If this is an S cell, this is shaded, and then this digit is exactly an 8. But that seems okay to me. I don't know it's not an 8. But just noting that, yeah, this being an S cell shades this cell, which then forces that because of the connectivity of this cell, because this would then not be an S cell. Oh, that's a 7, not an 8. Sorry, Garian is correct. I did not count correctly. That would be 7. Which would resolve this 2, 7, which makes that seem very likely to me as the outcome. The cell certainly doesn't contain any digits larger than 5. And it doesn't contain a 5 either, because there is a 5 down here. So this number is actually only from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, for whatever it's worth. It forces it, Nico, because of the fact that it would force the shading of this cell, and it forces this cell to not be an S cell. And so in order to not be an S cell, once that cell and that cell are both shaded, it forces you to connect it. Because I can't put two S cells in the same box. But it doesn't force it through connectivity or anything like that. It just forces it through this being a non-S cell Tapa clue. I'm looking to see if I know anything Sudoku-wise. Like, I know that there's a 5 and actually only one of these 2 cells if I look at it. Because I can't put a 5 there. Cell's at least a 3. Let's see. Eckbert says this cell's a circle and not 2. So this cell's gray, but this cell's currently at 3 already. I believe is my understanding of the count that this is at. Okay. So just by the nature of the fact that this is a line and these two need to sum to 0 or 10, this cell is 0, 5, 1, or 2. But this cell's not 5, so that cell's not 5. And this cell's not 2 because of that cell, so this cell's not 8. So that gives me a 0, 9 pair in the row. So those aren't 0 or 9, which makes those a 5, 8 pair, fascinatingly. So these are either both 0 or they're 9 and 1, for whatever we can get out of that. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any, like, connectivity thing that breaks because of the 2x2 rule if I try and shade something here or try and shade something here, but there aren't quite enough clues around, I think, for that to matter. Like, I don't even think I know that this isn't a 0 for sure. And yeah, the new thing is to have, like, puzzles with multiple layers of shading. So we get lots of X's when we do puzzles with multiple layers of shading. Okay, so Ron wants me to pencil mark this cell and think about what it can be. So it certainly can't have a 0 because of the rules. It can certainly have a 1. It can be 3 or 4. 7 would be all of these. Is that broken? I don't think that's broken. But it can't be 8 or 9. Those would be too big. So this, I think, is only from 1, 3, 4, and 7. But there's a 2, 7 in the box, so it's not a 7. So it's from 1, 3, 4. Because, yeah, there's a 2, 7 pair down there. So this is from 1, 3, or 4. If this is 1, 3... interestingly, this can't be a 4, just a 4, because if this was a 4, that would be a 4. In order to make the sum work. But this could be a 4-1, and that would be fine, I think. 4-1 would shade those cells or these cells. Either of those seem fine. This could be a 4-1, in which case this would be a 3, and that's okay. So I think every combination here works if I'm willing to make this an S cell. Actually, neither combination works if this isn't an S cell. Because if this isn't an S cell, it's a 3 or a 4. And 3 doesn't work because it puts a 5 here, and 4 doesn't work because it puts a 4 here. So this is always an S cell. So it always contains a 1. So good spot that was a weak spot in the cell to Ron, or weak spot in the puzzle to Ron. It did not look weak to me, but it turned out it was. So very, very good spotting. Because there's a 7 in the box already because of the 2, 7 pair. Do I know that's not the one? I don't think I know that's not the one. So 2, 1, 3 would leave this being a 4. 2, 1, 4 would leave this being a 3. So this cell's always 3 or 4. That does make this a 1, 3, 4 triple. That's true. Yep, so 1, 3, 4 triple. Trying to see if there's anything I can do with a 1, 3, 4 triple immediately. Not that I see. I don't see how you know this is not 1 Kurobon. Is there some... I looked ahead a bit on the possibility where there was a 1 in this cell, but it did not break immediately for my my sanity. Row 5, column 6 is a naked single. Okay, let's look at it. So it's not 1, 3, or 4 because of this. The digits 1, 3, and 4 are all here. It's not 2 because of this 2, 7 pair. So this is only 0 or 9. But I don't think we know which one yet. Jay Dyer says it's not a 1 by Tapa, but it could be a 1 because of Tapa if it's an S cell. Because this could be like a 1, 3 S cell, for example. See, Martin says I can prove this can't be an S cell. So if this was an S cell, it would have to be... Well, it would have to contain a 3, and so it would have to be 2, 3, or 1, 3. So if this is an S cell, it would have to come... Actually, it could be 1, 4, too, couldn't it? Oh, no, it can't have a 1, because there's a 1 looking at it just sudokulogically. So the only S cell this could possibly be is 2, 3. And so if this was a 2, 3, it would force this to be a 1, and that doesn't work. Okay, I agree with that. So this is never an S cell. And so this, therefore, is 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, and it's not 5. Oh, wait, why not 2, 4? Wait, maybe 2, 4 is okay. Somehow I convinced myself that, no, there's absolutely room to make 2, 4. But if I make 2, 4, I make this an S cell as well. Yes. Okay, yes. That would make both of these S cells. That's actually going back to the point I made before about this being an S cell, having to be sure. As soon as this is an S cell, then this can't be an S cell, and so therefore all of these get shaded. So I agree that this is not an S cell, although it is not a proof I would want to write in a solve path for one of my puzzles, but we're going to use it anyway. Let's see. So I think this isn't so bad. If this is a 0, I need these 2 cells. Oh, no, crap. This line is longer. Darn it. This line has an extra cell. If this cell weren't on this line, then that would be very elegant, because it would just be you break all the 10 dominoes. Yeah, I agree. The lines are a little tricky to see under the X's. Although we do get this very satisfying like X over the line thing in some of these places, but yeah, I totally agree that is a slightly unfortunate. Tristan says a thing that in order to make the world not break, this can't be an S cell because you'd need a number on the line that was too big. So if this is an S cell, it could be 1, 2, or 1, 3. This would be a 7. What's wrong with 1, 2, 7, 0, Tristan? I think people are not doing a very good job at keeping track of all the cases that are possible. 1, 3, 7, 9 also works. Jay Dyer points out. So there are 2 ways that work, making it sum to either 10 or 20. Let's see. S cells are slippery little buggers. Let's see, I know there's a 1 in here somewhere, but I don't think that helps me a whole lot. I really don't want to think about this line. Row 7, column 5 has to be less than 5. Jay Dyer just gave an example where that cell could be a 9, Eckbert. It is easy to forget that 0 is a number. See, I don't know that this isn't an S cell. Annoyingly. trying to look and see if there's any universe where I know anything about these Tapa clues. Oh no. Oh no. Josh is leading me down a really scary path of like just pencil marking every possible digit into this cell. Sounds bad. So this is not an S cell, so it's not a 0 or a 2. It's not an 8 or a 9. So the only possible digits here are 3, 4, 6, and 7. And so Josh's point is that if this is a 3, it's a problem. Because if this is a 3, then this is a naked 2, because it can't be an S cell. So that would be 3 and 2, and that would be a 5. And so that doesn't work. And so the reason why Josh cared about that wasn't because Josh actually wanted me to pencil mark every candidate into this. It was that Josh wanted me to extend the shading over here. We have not found the pretty path through this puzzle. I will say this. We have found the ugly, ugly path through this puzzle. We will accept the ugly path, but hey, Sarah. Let's see, Michael says the triangle line has 6 and 7 on it. It does have 6 and 7 on it. Just by Sudoku. That sounds like the pretty thing. And it does not have 8 and 9 on it, because it does not have an 8 on it at all. So this does need to sum to, this needs to sum to 20 exactly. I'm digging here into Michael's point. This needs to sum to 20 exactly. So I need 2 more cells on it that sum to 7. And so can the other 2 be so can I have 2 7s and have it be 0, 7? I don't see why not. I'd want the other 7 there. It's not 2 5. I think it could even be 3 4, can't it? If I put one of the 3 4s there. I don't see why not. So yeah, so I think there's an annoying number of options for exactly how this works. I do need to remember, I know that one of these 2 cells is shaded for sure. I don't know which of these is shaded, but one of them is shaded because of this being an S cell. That's a good spot. Okay, so Isabella has identified a hidden triple in this row, which are the 2 digits here and 2 in row 5 can only go here. So that means that these digits... Oh, crap. Except I don't know... Except one of them's an S cell, so this is not actually a triple. This is a quad. But it has... in it a 2 and these 2. So it actually, these cells are actually the same thing. So it's 2 and these 2 cells, but then also 3 4. So this is, in fact, this is a 1 2 3 4 quad. Agree. Because the point is, I know these 2 cells are in these 3 cells, but then I need these 3 cells to sum to 10. So the thing I need is that one. Because these things both sum to 10. Okay, so if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, that's saying there's no 1, 2, 3, or 4 in here. Yeah, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. That's correct. So now I think we're priced in, I think, to the 0-7 combination. Because I can't now put a 1, 2, 3, or 4 in here. And so I think that means that on this line, I must have 0, 6, 7, including 2 7s. And so this is a 9, because the 0 has to go in this box, because I need a second. In fact, the second 7 has to go up there. Let's just do it that way. So this is a 0, 6, 7 triple. So that's a 9 and a 0. These two cells are that 3, 4, and something else, and an 8, I believe. Row 6, column 2 is on a line. Good. DOI points out, so these two sum to a multiple of 10, so they must sum to 10, with that being a 1. So that's not a 1. Is there room for this to be a 2-3 S cell or a 2-4 S cell? Annoyingly, at least in principle, yes. I might be able to think more about it and break it, but at least in principle. Let's see. Garion has written down the aforementioned ugly proof that this cell is not a 4, because this either is an S cell or isn't an S cell. If it is an S cell, that's a 7. If it's not an S cell, then this being a 4 doesn't work, because then these two would need to sum to 6. Which they could do neither as 2, 4, nor as 1, 5. So this is never a 4. Okay, good. So these are always shaded. Congratulations to shaded tree betters. I agree with that. So we get all of that stuff happening. And so now this digit, this cell contains a digit that's at least a 3 at least. It doesn't contain a 0. But I don't think that does a whole lot towards the process of putting a 0 there. This cell's not able to be a 1 anymore. And that's big. Because now if this tries to be a 6, there are problems. Because now I need these two to sum to 4. And they can't do that as 1, 3, and they can't do it as 0, 4. So actually 6 doesn't work. This just is a 7. Great spot to Josh and Selena there. So now this is gray. And now I need these to sum either to 3... or to either to 3 or to 13. Why can't they sum to 3 with this being a 3 and that being a 0? Oh, no, this just is an S cell definitionally now because of that. Right. This is an S cell by Tapa, not by anything else. So there's definitely a 1 in here. And so it's just a question, is it a 1 with a 2, which would make this a 0? Or is it a 1 with a 3, which would make this a 9? So yeah, so this is a 0 or a 9 based on what this is. There's definitely a 1 in this cell, though, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Where does 7 go in box 2? Yeah, 7 in box 2 is just placed. Good spot. Oh, yes, and I can do a lot more Xing, which is very helpful. Sorry to people who bet for an S cell on the betting tree. Yep, so these two, this needs to be either a 3 or a 13, and it can't be because of that. So that's a 3. So that's a 4. Makes that a 1, 3. And so one of these two is a 4. Oh, right. These are a 4-8 pair, because that is the 3 for the box. Good spot. I should write in what these actually are, which are 0, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5, not 6, 7, or 8, and 9. These are 0, 5, and 9. I can't imagine it being useful immediately, but at some point it might be useful. Right. Because of this being a 1-3S cell, Garion points out these are green. If either of those were gray, this would be a 4, not a 3. So one of these is gray, but who knows which one. I don't see a reason this can't be 0 or 9. How far ahead do I have to look to see that this can't be 0 or 9? So the point is, if this is 0 or 9, these sum to 9. And so these would have to sum to 11. And so this would be a 4 with a 6. That doesn't work. Or an 8 with a 3, and that doesn't work. That's horrendous. So there we go. We're really going on an off the beaten path on this one, I feel like. Oh, sorry, 4 with a 7, right? 4 with a 7. I did it right in my head, and then when I said it out loud, I said a different number, and then I briefly was like, why did I say a different number? But same idea. 5 is just placed in this circle. So 5. So we get a little weird little X-wing on 5s, or Jovi wing, if you will. So the 5 is down in one of these two cells, down here. Let's see. Martin says this can't be 0, because if this is a 0, these would sum to 5, and I would need these to either be 4, 1. I don't see why 4, 1 is bad. Oh, no, I know there's a 1 here. Okay, I see why 4, 1 is bad. And 4 is too small. Or 8, 7. Okay, yeah, so I agree. If you sort of look at all the cases, this does have to be a 9. So now these sum to 14. So I need these to sum to 6 or 16. This can be a 2 in one of those universes, and an 8 in the other universe, to make that work. Oh, but it's not able to be an 8 because there's an 8 in the row already. So this is 2 and 4, and that's a 3, and this is gray, and this is green. sorry, this, when I filled in 3 there, it meant to be as a 1, 3s cell. Green. That's the 8. Let's see. What about this column? We still need a 0. We've got a 1, 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5, 6, 7. We need an 8. No, we've got an 8, and we need a 9. So that's a 0, 9 pair, placing the 4 in the column, which places the 5 in the 4, places the 5 here. So the 5 didn't go in the circle, after all. Let's see. So what about this column now? Let's try marking it and see if I have regrets about that. I can't have 1 in any of these cells. I can't have 3 in any of these cells. I don't see anything wrong down there. Don't see anything wrong down there. One of these two has to be the 2. Right. These two cells sum to a multiple of 10, and that's a 5. So therefore, this had better be an S cell, is chat's point. And certainly this cell can't add to 15, so it must add to 5, and it's not 1, 4, and it's not 0, 5. So this has to be 2, 3, which is gorgeous. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? So those are green. That's definitely gray. But the S cells connect, or sorry, the shaded cells connect, so the gray gets out, and that's green. And the gray keeps getting out, so that's gray. And the gray keeps getting out, so those are gray. And so this now can only be an actual 4, not an S cell. A system to increase your cow's fertility. Fabulous. Now this just is a 2, 3 S cell. Just by the shading that we have around here. See, this part suddenly feels like it flows in the way the puzzle was intended to, which makes me further feel like we probably were supposed to do this in a slightly different order. Because now suddenly this is flowing like I would expect a puzzle to. See, 1, 2, and 3 are all up here for whatever it is worth. Well, the 2 and 3 are definitely up here for whatever that's worth. Actually, if I just look at it, 2, 3 get placed into these cells, but these can't be 2 or 3. So 2 and 3 get placed here, but the 2 can't go there, so it goes there. And the 3 can't go here, so it goes there. So there's a 2 in this cell and a 3 in this cell. I could do some more Xing. Up here. Like that. Oh, there's more connectivity stuff still going on, is pointed out. So that is gray. Oh, and this whole mess, people were actually not talking about that connectivity thing. Josh was actually talking about this connectivity thing. This whole morass down here doesn't connect to anything, so that has to be gray. And so that's green. In order to make all of that work out. So this digit is not 1, 2, 3. Let's just mark this. So it's not 0 or 2. So this digit can only be 6 or 8. Those are the only actual possibilities of this value. And so if it's 8, everything is shaded. If it's 6, this is still always shaded. Is that true? Maybe that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. It could be that 6. Never mind. If this is green, it disconnects the thing. Oh, no, not quite. Almost, but not quite. Let's see. Row 8, column 2, people are telling me does a little bit of sudoku. That's good. So that actually places the 2 in this column. Good. Okay, being pointed out, I need 5 contiguous cells around here because I know there's a 5 in this cell. And I can't shade both of these. So I could do that, or that, or that. There is a 1 up in one of these 2 cells, just by sudoku. Right. So the thing is, 5 from this side shades all of these cells, whereas 5 from this side shades all of these cells. And so these 2 are always shaded because of the fact that I can't shade these 2. So there's like a hard break in shading between these 2. And so then if I just look at the commonalities between shading 5 in this direction and shading 5 in this direction, I get that these 2 are always shaded. Is a point that well, that's how I interpreted Kurabon's point. Let's see. I can just write in what the candidates are here. And I know that neither of these is actually 8 or 9 because there's an 8, 9 in the row. So yeah, so these are 1, 5, 6. That makes sense. Oh, box 8, I am being told there is a math. Yes, there is a math, because these 2 sum to 11, so this needs to be a 9, making that a 0. Making these a 6, 8 pair, making that a 0. That is not a 9. So one of these 2 is a 0. Yes, 4 is placed into this box, Tristan points out. And this is in an S cell, so I don't have to worry about anything other than it is a 4. Let's write in candidates for these cells. And this one, remember, cannot be 1. And for that cell, which now is going to be a naked single. Because this cell is not 6 or 8 because of the 6, 8 pair in the row. It's not 2 or 3 because of the 2, 3 S cell in the row. So this is a naked 0, which has made that not be a 0. Which has placed 0 in this box here by sudoku. No 0 here. Oh, column 4 needs a 9, I am being told. So that makes these a 1, 5, 9 triple. And the 9 doesn't go there. The 5 doesn't go there, right. So we've got that. Okay. Yeah, where is 0 in column 2 now? 0 in column 2, owing to that 0, now only goes here. Oh, I guess there was a 6, 7 pair that made that easier to deduce, but whatever. Woohoo! Danita has donated $10 with an adorable... Is that a dancing pear? I think it is a dancing pear. Thank you for the donation, Danita. Let's get you a dance. Woohoo! Whoa! Whoa! thank you so much, Danita. Greatly appreciate your generosity. We did you a windmill dance at the beginning of the stream. If you were not here for that, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. It really is awesome getting support from all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I really appreciate it. There's a 6-8 pair in row 2. That's going to make this a 1, and this a 6. That's going to be huge. Okay, so now this is a non-S cell 5 because it has no digits left to be an S cell. Oops. So this is the S cell for the column, and contains a 1 and a 9. No, did I screw that up? What did I screw up? I thought I did that right. I think DWeb is just disappointed about how it worked out. So that is not an S cell, and it definitely contains a 3, so it just is a 3. This cell is an S cell. So it contains a 2, but it contains something else too. That's a 5, and that's a 1. Let's see. Okay, so this is a single 5. Yes, we now have all of our S cells, so we can get rid of all of the X's, I believe. I would love a clear X's button. I know Sven watches these sometimes. I'd love a clear X's button. And the thing I would really, really like that I've been thinking about lately is I would really like to be able to draw killer cages in a puzzle I'm solving. Because I think there are a lot of puzzle types where you effectively deduce that there's a killer cage somewhere, and it would be nice to be able to draw those in, both for notation so that chat could understand what I'm thinking, but also so that I could have access to the killer cage calculator. Even when the puzzle is something like a sandwich puzzle that doesn't have a built-in killer cage thing. This should just be a write-in. It's a 2-9 because there's a 6-8 pair in the row. So we've got that. Let's see. This is a 10. So these cells all, in fact, sum to 10. So these 2 cells need to sum to 10. And so this is either a 2 or a 4, and it's not a 2. Because if it was a 2, it would repeat the 2 in the box. So that's a 4 and a 6, making that an 8 and an 8. I know what an 8 shading looks like that. I probably know what digit goes in this box as well. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 6. It was a hidden. So it was a hidden 4 apparently. Who knew? Not me, I will admit. Let's see. 2 is placed. No, sorry. 2's already placed in this box. I don't have to worry about placing another 2. Let's see. Okay, so this being a 5, let's look at that. So that's going to tell me this cell's never shaded, because that would D5 a 5 at. If these are the 2 that are shaded, it doesn't connect. So that's a problem. In fact, if it's not these 2 that are shaded, it doesn't connect. So those 2 are shaded. These are green. Making that the last shaded one. When we finished our shading, are there any circles we've not yet filled in? It does not look like it. But there are lines. There are lines I have not yet looked at. So these 2 cells need to sum to 2 or 12, probably to 12. So this can't be an 8 because this would need to be a 4 or a 14. So that is a 6, making this also a 6. making that an 8, a 9, and a 6, and an 8, and a 7, and a 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an 8. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of these is a 7, and it's that one. And this is the last one. 0, 1, 2, 3. It is a... No, not a 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And it is a 9. So congratulations to all the 9s out there. Or all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I feel like this idea is awesome and has a lot of potential. I'd love to see this executed in a way where the lines actually interact with the shading. That sort of bugs me, that the lines don't interact with the shading. And I also highly suspect that the suspect steps that we did were probably replaceable by less suspect steps at various points. But I'd love to see more of this idea of using S cells with Tapa in this way. I think that's a very sweet way to sort of use S cells in a meaningful way. Yeah, certainly. So if you remember in the very original S cell puzzles, you could not repeat S cells. So this very much does not meet the original S cell rules that you could not repeat S cells. But I think anyone who's set many S cell puzzles will tell you that it is a freaking nightmare. And if you use that rule, and it is also a nightmare to solve puzzles with that rule, because it doesn't actually do anything other than like rule out random cases at times. And then you have to scan for it. And so I think the world is better with S cell puzzles not having that rule. But it is always fun to think back on. But it does tend to be the case that in S cell puzzles, you do tend to get a lot of repeat pairs in S cell puzzles, unless you very deliberately avoid it. I really liked there were no zeros in circles, actually. Oh, no, there was a 0 in a circle. There's a 0 in a circle down there. Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I hope to see more puzzles in this area. Great job and great idea. Very cool to use S cells in this way. I've not seen that before, but it is a genius. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So hang out, and I'll be back soon. See you in just a moment. Welcome back. I see in chat that Naverio has now been a member for 11 months. So let's get Naverio some love in chat. And Russ, both of you, let's get you both a windmill dance. Thank you so much. Yeah, you've been basically, anyone who's been a member for 11 months has been a member basically from the beginning. So thank you both so much. Let's get you a very excited Zach dance. Woohoo! Wah! Wee! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And thank you to both Russ and Naverio. Thank you so much. Ooh, and Kuraban, too. 10 months for Kuraban. Thank you, Kuraban. We'll get you a follow-up. Thank you, Kuraban. Thank you. That's awesome. Oh, and I see Kuraban's, I had not noticed before, Kuraban's avatar is their Renbug puzzle. I think that's number 5. It's the most recent one, I'm pretty sure. That was an awesome puzzle. I really enjoyed it. Also, over on 3. Is 3 the most recent, though? I think it was the most recent one, unless I'm wrong. But I remember the box 1. It looks kind of similar. Over on the Discord, Isabella has changed her avatar to my beautiful rendition of her 6x6 at the end of last puzzle, which I have greatly appreciated. Alrighty, so next up we have the puzzle Blackjack by Dag, who was in chat earlier at the very least. Let's see, does anyone know a good bet tree for this puzzle? So just to explain the rules here, these Renbug need to contain a string of consecutive digits, but in any order. So for example, this could contain a 3, a 1, and a 2. That would be perfectly fine. If this 1 was instead of 4, that would also be fine. And then these killer cages tell you the sum of the digits inside them. So these digits sum to 10, these digits sum to 11, and so on. So that's it. That's all the rules. So let us see, row 9, column 7 for the bet tree. We can do that. Alrighty, so people are starting by looking at what happens in this. So the key thing to note in column 1 is that in column 1, I don't know the order, but I know there's a 1, 2, 3 Renbug, a 4, 5, 6 Renbug, and a 7, 8, 9 Renbug. And again, these could go in any order just by looking at the column. But the way I know that is because in the column I need to put a 1, and the only digits consecutive with 1 are 2 and 3. So one of the Renbug is a 1, 2, 3. But similarly, I also have to place a 9, and wherever I place the 9, it's going to have to go with a 7 and an 8. And so that just leaves 3 digits left, which are 4, 5, and 6, which have to go on the last one. Okay. Now, the thing that people in chat are claiming is that if I try and put 1, 2, 3 here, it's not going to work because I'm then going to have to put 4, 6 here. And now my 11 cage is going to be broken because what am I going to put in it? I need a number that is 5 or lower, and it does not work. So that doesn't work, but the same thing's going to happen if I try and make this be 7, 8, 9. The 10 cage is also going to have to be 4, 6, but now I need a number that's 6 or higher for my 11 cage, and I'm out of them. So the only thing that works here is to put a middle-y thing here. And so now the thing that people in chat are pointing out, eventually I'll get to actually see things, but I have not yet so far because chat has been ahead of this. Regardless of whether this is 1, 2, 3 or 7, 8, 9, which are the two things it can be, this can only be 4, 6. And so we're now back over to now looking at this 11 cage. This is either 7, 8, 9, or it's 1, 2, 3. In either event, this can only be 5, 6, or 4, 7. Right? It can never be anything else. Yeah, this is 4, 7, or 5, 6. Just because of the fact that this is either 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9. Okay. So those are my only options there. Let's see. So, what is the sum of these two cells is what chat is asking now. So these sum to 36 in total. So these two digits sum to 9. And they're not summing to 9. Oh, they sum to 9. Yeah, these two sum to 9. And so they could be 1, 8. They could be 2, 7, and they're not 3, 6, or 4, 5. And so one of these probably breaks if I think carefully about what's happening here. The 1 certainly is in one of these places. The 1's either here or in the 10 cage. I'm not super inclined to chase this, but I bet actually, I'm not sure I'm willing to bet as to which of those breaks immediately. Let's see. So it's true. Directionary suggesting I should do a little bit of coloring. These two Renbug contain exactly the same digits. Because of the fact that, again, this is 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9, and this is 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9, but they're not the same, so they're opposites. Okay. I don't know that it does anything immediately exciting. Okay. Directionary asking where the 5 goes in this row. It doesn't go there because of the 4, 5, 6 triple. It doesn't go in these cells. So the 5 actually can only go in one of these. And if you look at our math, it doesn't go there. So one of these two is a 5. If this was a 5, this would be a 4, 6 cage. Why would that be bad? Presumably it would be bad. But I don't see why it would be bad right away. I mean, it would make these a 4, 5, 6 triple, which would I was going to say which would make this 11 cage not 5, 6, but this 11 cage is definitely not 5, 6. Chad says this is not 5. I don't see why yet. So I want to think about this little bitty Renbug here in the two cases. So if this is 7, 8, 9, then this is 5, 6. And then these are both low. I guess from 1, 2, 3, 4. I was hoping that these two had to go on this line, but it's not quite true. So row 3, column 4 is on the Renbug in box 1. That's true. So this digit, just by virtue of its candidates, this digit is from 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, which means it's on one of these two flavors, and it's not that one. So this digit is over there. If you would like. Right. Okay. So I understand Chad's point now. So Chad's point is either this is a 5 or this is a 5. If this is a 5, something really complicated happens, which is this being a 5 makes these a 4, 6 pair, which gangs up with this to be a 4, 5, 6 triple, which then rules 5 out of this cell. So this cell is never a 5. So we can pencil mark that. Right, this is next to a green cell, so it is, of course, green. And these are at opposite ends because they sum to 9. Wait, isn't this broken already? This is broken. No, it's not broken. It's not broken. Because this doesn't... Okay, that has to be green, so this has to be yellow. Now this can't be yellow. And so I thought it was broken because I assumed, oh, the same logic that said, oh, this has to be green because that's green, I thought was going to tell me this had to be yellow, but it doesn't have to be yellow. In fact, it can't be yellow because all the yellow digits are gone. So that tells me yellow's not low. Because if yellow was 1 or 2, this would certainly be yellow. And this is not 8 either, because then this would be 7 or 9, and that's not going to work. So the only thing that works here is a 7. And so that's going to break things open very nicely. Let us get a rarely spotted 7 dance for this puzzle. Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Fabulous. So by that argument, this is a 6. These are a 7, 8, 9. This is a 4 and a 6. This is a 2. Any resemblance to songs living or dead is purely accidental. This is a 1, 2, 3, of course. This is a 7, 8, 9. So this is not 4, 7. This is 5, 6. I think we probably don't need to keep track of the colors now. But if we're in the mood, we can color it at the end. Let's see, we can just go ahead and mark these digits. Not 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now I probably know what these are. Right, I need a 1 now in box 4, and the 1 can't go in the 11 cage because I can't use a 10. So these are 1, 9, and these are the other friends. These are not 1, 9, not 5. These are 3, 8. So those aren't 8. So these are a 5, 9 pair. So those aren't 5 or 9. Those are 7 and 8. Let's see. And now let's pencil mark these. So these are not 1, 9, and they're not 7, 8. So they're 3, 4, 5. So these are not 3 or 5. And they're not 8 or 9. These are a 1, 2 pair. So there's no 1 on this thing. In fact, this is 2 or 8. This is 2 or 8 by virtue of the fact that it's consecutive with 1 or 9, but funnily enough, that means it always goes with a 2 or an 8. And now, funnily enough, this can't go down to 1 because it would break this cell, and it can't go up to 9 because it would break this cell. So this is either 2, 3, 4 or 8, 7, 6. Those are the only options for what this Renbug is allowed to do with its life. I don't quite... So 1 in this row only goes one of these two places. I suppose. A smart spot from directionary. This 5, 6 pair looks at this cell, so that's a 9 and that's a 5. This 11 cage looks at this 2, 8, Garion was pointing out. And so if you just pull up your little menu, you can see it doesn't have a 2, doesn't have an 8, and it's not 5, 6 because it's looked at by the 5, 6, so this just is 4, 7. Oh, you could have done no 5 this way rather than not 5, 6 because it looked across. Whichever way you liked. I don't quite see why this has to be 3 or 5 yet. I know it's not 7, 8, or 9. Okay, it's not 1 because it would make this a 2. If this was 2, yeah, that might work. So let's see. Sayori and Russ are eyeing this Renbug. So this Renbug, if you look at it, there's a 6 ruled off of it. So if it's high, it's got to be 7, 8, 9 exactly, and it can't be. So this is only for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with a 3 there. Now there's no 5 on it, because if there was a 5 on it, it would break that cell. So no 5. So it's from 1, 2, 3, 4. It definitely also has a 2. And so it having a 2 actually sorts out this. So that's an 8 and that's a 2. And these are a 3, 4 pair. Making that a 1 and a 2. Making that a 5. Because of the 3, 4 pair looking at it. And now this being a 3, 4 tells me that I'm not allowed to have a 4 here either. So this is indeed 1, 2, 3. And that is a 4 and a 3. Gorgeous. No 8 there. Let's see. This row doesn't have that many things left it can be. It certainly can't be 3. Can't be 4 either. So yeah, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And there's definitely a 6 over on this side of the world. Okay, what about these two cells? They can't be that many things. They certainly can't be 1 or 3. So this is a 5, 7, or 9, which means that this digit's even. So it is a 6, a 4, or a 2. Those are the only options. 2 would go with 9. 4 would go with 7. And this can't be a 7, so that can't be a 4. So that can't be a... Wait. Wait, what am I doing? Sorry. I am mentally swapping around how the world works. This is the Renbug, fun fact. So this is 4, 6, or 8. And then 4, 6, and 8 go with... So 4 goes with 7, which it can't. So this is never a 4. 6 goes with 5. 8 goes with 3. Not yet, Tristan, but thank you for offering. I will try to remember to drink my tea. So this cell is never 5. Because if this cell is 5, chat is pointing out, many people in chat are pointing out, if this is 5, it makes this 6, which makes this 5. So this is never 5. So this is only 7 or 9, which actually places the 5 here, which places the 5 here, which then sort of bounces around and gets us a bunch of things. Sadly, the fact about this cell not being able to be 5 never came into fruition. 4 and 3, because it was a very cool spot. This is not an 8 at the very least. 3, 3. Yeah. So the 3 is now placed here, just by sudoku. This is 4, 6 for sure. Because of the fact that it's adjacent to a 5. So that makes that a 5, makes these not 5, makes this not 3. This now only has digits that are bigger than 3, so from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. This digit can't be a 4, though, because if there's a 4 on this, there needs to be a 5, and these aren't 5. Excuse me. This isn't a 7 or an 8. Let's see. There's not a 5 here either. There's not a 5 there. Interesting. This isn't a 4 or a 6. That's not a 6 because of this 4, 6 pair. This can't be a 9, because if this was a 9, this would have to be a 5 or a 6, and that doesn't work. Likewise, this can't be a 9, because if it was, this would be a 5 or a 6, and that doesn't work. So this is a 7 or an 8. 4 is too far away from 7 or 8 to be on the line, so this is never a 4. We're getting somewhere, kind of. So now there's always a 7 on this line, I think, is the thing that we can say. Because if there's no 7 on this line, it's either 5, 6, or 8, 9, which is not enough digits, so that's never a 7. One of these two is always a 7, for whatever that is worth. No 3 here. This is a 1 or a 2 just by the row. Let's see. 4. Oh, 4 is placed in this box. It's placed there, making that a 6 and a 4. Hey, Jay. No 6 there. Okay, so now if this is a 5, this is a 6, and that's a 7. And if this is a 9, these are a 7, 8 pair. Which is interesting. Hey, J40, hope you're doing well. Right. Ambrose pointing out, because this is a pair of consecutive digits, it's an even-odd pair, and all the evens are gone except for 2. So this is from 1, 2, 3 only, and that one's not a 3. Ah, that's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column, which is the sort of thing that sounds interesting. Ah, it actually is very interesting, because if you look at this cell now, this cell has very few options. Despite the fact that Mark thinks it has lots of options, but Mark is wrong, because it's not a 7, 8, 9, it's not a 6, and it's not a 1, 2, or a 3. It is exclusively a 4, which gets us all of that, gets us that, gets us that, if I hit the right button. So this is a 3 or a 5, and it's not a 5, so it is a 3. So no 3 to be found in that cell. There's definitely a 2 here, so no 2 to be found here. These are a pair of something and 1. 1 and 2, in fact. That's not a 3. So that is a 3 by paritude. These are a pair because of the 1, 2 pair in the row. These are like a triple or something. Yep. Agree. Okay, this is not a 6. That's not a 6. Oh, so the 6 is just placed in this row. The 6 is placed there, so that's a 7. Let's see. Michael asks, D-Web asks if row 6, column 3 is a 1 or a 9. I have a good bet, actually, because it's next to an 8. Very good spot. So we'll claim this is a very advanced deduction. So 8 there means that's a 9, which means that's a 5, a 6, and a 7. That's a 1. Therefore, that is a 9 and a 6. That's not a 9. That is a 9. So that's a 7. These are an 8, 9 pair. Let's see. Let us mark up the rest of this stuff. Okay, so there's a 2 on this, so therefore that's a 1, and this is a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 9, making that a 2 and a 1. So there's a 2 up here, so that's a 1, so that's a 2 and a 1. That's a 1 and a 9 and an 8 and a 2. A 1, a 7, and a 6. 3 and 8. 2, 1, and 3 and 8. 7 and 9 and 8. 5 and 7, 2 and 8. Let's see if Mark can figure out what these are. A 9 and a 4. Mark or Sven also putting out that those don't work. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the bet tree is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a very beautiful puzzle, Dag. Very cool. I really liked the way that these things all sort of played with each other. And the reveal about the fact that this cell couldn't be yellow was really cool. So like the disambiguation moment was very unexpected for this. And yeah, the way that sort of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 were sort of played against each other. Brilliant construction. Very well done. Alrighty, let me take a quick break just to stretch my legs, and I will be back in just a moment. Hello, and welcome back, everyone. I have been told that I have become a little small, so I will become less small. There we go. There is a larger zeta for everyone to enjoy. I think I am off-center. I will move. There we go. Now I look kind of centered. Alrighty. Next up, we have this puzzle, Dimorphism, by Jay Dyer, which I am told was inspired by vignettes. It has at least a somewhat similar premise, although reading the rules, I'm not even sure that I would have guessed that it was inspired by vignettes. I do believe that yes, Simon did this one recently. Yes, the column indexing is optimistic. I do enjoy how these things are exactly the same in both boxes. That is cool. All right, so what do we have here? We have two 6x6s to solve, so we have to put the digits 1 through 6 in each row, column, and box in these two 6x6s. I do enjoy how they're rotated. I did that in, I suppose... What was that? Cat's Cradle. I did the sort of like rotate 6x6s and put them against each other sort of thing. And so there's a meta connection between these two, which is that each grid contains 6 sum cells, 1 per row, column, and region. And the value of that cell for purposes of clues is equal to the sum of the cell in that grid and the other grid. So if this were a sum cell, its value for clue purposes would be the value of this. I don't know why I made it green. Green's almost certainly going to be not a sum cell. Its value for purposes of the clue would be this digit plus that digit. Okay, which is an awesome idea. No digit can appear in more than one sum cell in the same grid. So digits 1 through 6 like that. And some cells may be in the same position in 2 grids. So we are allowed to have a modifier in both of these if we want, but they don't have to be in the same positions. Okay. Along the red line, cells values form a non-repeating set of consecutive numbers in any order. This is actually 3 lines, right? I'm pretty sure this is meant to be read as 3 lines. I'm assuming. So it's like a really long Renbug. And along a blue line, we have sort of region sum line rules. So the sum of, for example, these 3 digits is equal to the sum of these 2, is equal to the sum of these 2, and those 2, and those 2, and this 1. So all of that works, and then these are consecutive. Not all dots are necessarily given. How amazing would it be if all dots were in fact given? Do you have a recommended bet tree, Jay, while I count how long this line is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so this line is in fact 12 long. And so that means this must consist of the digit of the numbers 1 through 12 once each, because 12 is the largest number I can possibly get to. So what am I going to do in order to make that work? So that means I'm going to need 6 total cells that are sum cells on this line, because in order to get a 7, an 8, a 9, a 10, an 11, and a 12, I need a sum cell. And so, in particular, this is definitely a sum cell. Anything that's not on this line is automatically not a sum cell. So these are all not sum cells. Let's just go ahead and mark not sum cells. And things that are in the same row or column are not sum cells. So that now is a sum cell just by force. Over here. And so we get some sum cells. Okay. So now we at least know now we have a digit now, because this is now a 6, because this digit is the sum of these 3 cells, and there's no shenanigans involved. So this is a 6 by the no shenanigans rules. So let us do our 6 dance. What? No? What did I do that was wrong? Oh, it's a Renbug. Oh, dagnammit. Nope, sorry. 6 dance canceled. This is the Renbug one, not the other one. So I at least know, so the thing I actually know about a length for Renbug is it definitely contains a 3 and a 4. So this digit is not a 3 or a 4. So we've still got that. Okay. Yeah, so there has to be a cell that's a 6 in both puzzles. That's true. And it has to be one of the sum cells, because otherwise we're not getting to 12. It's interesting. Yeah, and then this is also a Renbug, but I can't see anything. No, we can't put the sum cell... Well, what we can do is we can mark the sum cells on the other grid with, like, a circle, just to remind ourselves of the connection. That's right. The sum cells are all different. That's a good good point to keep in mind. Is that the sum cells are all different. I'd forgotten about that rule. So the 6s go together. Wait, how can I possibly get 11? Isn't it impossible to get 11 if the 6s have to go together?
All the 6s in the other grid have to be referenced.
Right. Because the sum cells in the other grid aren't the same as the sum cells in this grid. That's the point. So I use the 6 in this grid that's in a modifier cell, a sum cell, to pair with the 6 over here. But I still need an 11 on this line. So an 11 on this line, I can't use a 6 in the sum cell. I must use a 5 in the sum cell with a 6 over here. And then now we can go down here. So now how am I getting the 10? Well, I can't use a 5 or a 6 in a sum cell, so I have to use a 4 in a sum cell with a 6 over here. And so every cell that's yellow in this grid is a 6 in this grid, is the point, if you sort of continue by induction. So these are 6s, I believe, is what we are saying. So let us get the promised 6y dance. Ba-boop-a-doop. Whoop-a-doop-a-doop. Wah-ha! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah-ha! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah-ha-ha-ha! Wah-ha! Wee-hee! Whoa! Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Well, he didn't give me a shoulder rub, but he did make me tea, so I can't complain too much about it. Okay. So in particular, that also is going to let me mark cells that I know are not 6, because any of these cells here can't be 6s over here. So every gray cell in this grid tells me a cell that's not 6 over here. So those aren't 6 just by Sudoku. That's not 6 by the grid thing. That's not 6 by that. So that digit is 6. And if that digit's a 6, then it lets me sort of bounce back over and fill in a 6 over here and a 6 over here. Thank you, honey. Oh, I moved my microphone away from myself to let Zach have full freedom of expression when dancing, and then did not fix it. Apologies if I was inaudible. So that is that, and that is that. Okay, so Wait, why did I fill in a 6 there? That was not how that works. The logic was almost right, except not. So, so the thing is now, yeah, I filled in the 6 in the wrong grid. Okay, so the 6 in this box now is there. So therefore that is yellow. That's not yellow. That is yellow. That's not yellow. And therefore I'm missing a 6. That 6 is this digit. Okay, so now this line can't possibly sum to 6 given the line has lots of 6s on it. And so now this has to be a sum cell in this grid. Maybe I'll make sum cells in this grid orange just to distinguish them. So that tells me all of these things are not sum cells in this grid. And the thing that gets added to this actually has to be pretty large, I think. Oh, row 5, column 10 for bet tree. Sorry, I did miss it. Thank you, Jay. So yeah, so the sum is a minimum of 9 just because of this box over here. And so, because these two sum to at least 3. So this is never a 1 or a 2. I'm suspicious of the sum being 12, because the sum being 12 would require an awful lot of shenaniganery to avoid putting 2 6s in a box. So if the sum is 12... no, the sum can't be 12 because I'd have to put a 6 here. This is not a sum cell. So so the sum can't be 12, because if the sum was 12, this digit would have to be... No, that's not true. This digit could be a sum cell. Darn it, no, that's not true. Okay, so the total is certainly 5 or 6. But I don't know... Or sorry, the total is 11 or 12, but I don't know which one yet. I don't believe, because but I certainly don't know that I need sum cells along here. Although I'm going to need a lot of sum cells either way, because I can only do 11 one way without using a sum cell. I already have a 6 in a sum cell. I already have a 6 in a sum cell, so any digit that's a 6 can't be in a sum cell. So now, indeed, my total can't be 12. Thank you, chat. My total can't be 12 because this would need to be a second 6 because there's no shenanigans happening here. And so my total is 11, and that digit's a 5. So now if my total is 11, that digit's a 5 in order to make the total 11. This has got to be a sum cell in order to make it so that I don't put a second 5 there. So let's do some stuff. This is now going to be a sum cell just by force. Let's see. And one of these two is a sum cell because they... Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Don't listen to me. This is a 2-cell sum, not a 3-cell sum. Sorry, this is a 3-cell sum, not a 2-cell sum. I said that backwards. Okay, so these digits, that digit and that digit sum to 5. Cool. Okay. Oh, right. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is a 5. Because these two need to sum to 11, and I just did not see that in some inexplicable way. Okay, so the most these two can sum to is 7. Just looking at if this were 3 and 4. So this could be 3 and 7 doesn't even work, actually. The total can't be 7. Because if the total of this line, which again, this is a no shenanigans line. If the total of this no shenanigans line was 7, what are my 2 ways to make 7? Well, I could do 3, 4, but 1, 6, and 2, 5 are both right out, so that's not possible. So the total can only be 5 or 6. 6 is not possible either, because the two ways to make 6 are 2, 4, and 1, 5. So this is, in fact, the total of this line is 5, and these are 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them is 1, 4, and one of them is 2, 3, in some order. It's sort of interesting that also for less interesting reasons, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are both 1, 2, 3, 4 in their respective grids. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's a length 4 Renbug that doesn't have a 5 on it. Paul Fly pointed that out. So, yeah. Okay, so that's interesting. I guess I should also point out that this digit had better be a sum cell, because otherwise... Oh, maybe not. Sorry, I was going to say something. I thought there was a 3-cell line, but the 3-cell line is on the other line, not this one. So this being a sum cell would be convenient, but not strictly necessary. It's true, I can chase some 6 pencil marks. So 6 pencil marks there, 6 pencil marks there. If it's there, it has to be there. I do know one of these two is a 5. But that doesn't seem very useful. I know these two cells sum to... so I'm going to get rid of the yellows, because the yellows don't matter, because the yellows are just the 6s. But I do want to actually keep track in this grid, because in this grid, interesting things are happening with these. It is true that this is a real Renbug that is worth thinking about, so it contains a bunch of different digits. One of these two is a sum cell. This being a sum cell is going to be rather awkward. It's not impossible, it's just awkward. It's the more awkward option. If this is not a sum cell, it's a 5, but I know there's a 5 up here somewhere anyway. If the 5 is here, that's certainly a sum cell. See, Martin would like us to subcolor these. That's not a bad idea. So let's, we'll mark, actually, no, probably for subcoloring, we probably want to use our circles. So let's have the circle pair of 1, 2, 3, 4s sum to 5, and the X pair of 1, 2, 3, 4s sum to 5. So this is definitely an X. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these two are a circle. Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry, I was just forgetting the bet tree existed for a second. This is an X just because it's where that X goes in this box. This is a circle because it's where this circle goes in this box. Let's see. So So yeah, so if these two are normal, they'd have to either be both circles or both x's. So if this is not a sum cell, that would be the case. So Paul Fly is asking where this goes in box 3. I'm not seeing how I know it doesn't go there immediately. Because couldn't this be a sum cell with this being a sum cell, or is the math somehow going to break on that? Oh, no. Oh, wait, no. I think that's okay. Because if this goes here, then this is a sum cell, so it'll grab that. Oh. No, I think it's okay, because if this is a sum cell, this is a sum cell. That's certainly true. But there's no reason this couldn't be a sum cell with a different number with it than that one, right? Because it would have to be with a smaller number, because you have to take into account that. Right. Sorry, you're right. Right. Okay, that's the point. Okay, sorry. So Paul Fly's point, which is more complicated than I was thinking it was going to be, is two-pronged. Either this is not a sum cell, in which case I certainly can't repeat the same digit along a line, or this is a sum cell, in which case this is also a sum cell, but these two digits are therefore different, in which case this goes here anyway. So this is always a green circle digit. This is always a green X digit. Very good spot, and thank you for sticking with me as I stubbornly did not understand what you were saying. So we have that. Okay, yeah, and these two are in fact the same. Yeah, we know one of these is the X. So if this is not a repeated digit, then that's also an X. I can certainly go ahead and write in that I know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is either a circle or an X. Let's see, Dag is saying I should think about where vanilla 5 is on both Renbonds. So one of these cells is vanilla 5. Let's see. This is not vanilla 5. So one of these is vanilla 5, and one of these is vanilla 5. So let me highlight those real quick. And it's not that one. Right, it's not that one, because that one sees a 5. So one of these two has to be vanilla 5. So these definitely aren't vanilla 5. So one of these is vanilla 5. Okay, one of these is vanilla 5, and one of these is vanilla 5, right? Yeah, and one of these is vanilla 5. And so therefore, in this row, this cell's not a 5. That cell's not a 5 because it's in a doubler cell. So one of these is a 5. Right. Neither of these is a 5, and neither of these is a 5 because of this. Because that can't be a 5 because it would break green. This can't be a 5 because it's a doubler cell. So one of those is a 5, so one of these is a 5. That's a 5, that's a 5. This is a 5, one of these is a 5. Orange circles, Ambrose, are just marking the spots from grid 2 where they reflect in grid 1. Because the spots in grid 2 have some significance, at least, in terms of the sum. From grid 1 to grid 2, it's just a bunch of 6s, so it wasn't really worth marking, but that was the idea. I'm still not seeing how I'm getting my 5 placed yet. I think I'm missing something big with the 5s. Okay, Dag is unsure. Okay, so Sayori's question is, if this is a sum cell, then that actually places a sum cell there and means this whole line is a vanilla line, which would be something like a 4 with a 1 and a 3 and a 1 and a 3, or a 3 with a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2, which seems sus, but I'm not sure it immediately breaks. Now that's a great spot from Martin. This cell in row 1 has to go there because it's not 6 and it can't repeat in orange. So this is in fact a circle. So that is actually very helpful. At least in principle. So it's in one of these two cells. So it's that one. So it's that one. So it's in one of these two cells. Do I want to sub-color? See, so now row 4, column 9, and row 3, column 10 sum to 5 because they're both x's. Right, this is either x or it's a 5. If it's a 5, does that ever work? I don't think I see why this can't be a 5. If this is a 5, why can't both of these be the sum cells? Oh, but the point is, regardless of which of those it is, this is always a sum cell. Because, this is Paul Fly's point, well stated. This we've said is either x, in which case the sum of these is 5 or more, or this is a 5, in which case the sum of these is 6 or more. In any event, this is always a sum cell. So that's always a sum cell. So that's always a sum cell. And then we can gray in the rest of those. And then we can mark in our orange circles over here, 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 and here. Oh, and then this is great as well. Okay, I believe that. So now this is a 5, is the point. This is now a 5 because it's now a normal cell. And so these need to sum to 11, so that just is a 5. And so now this just is an X because there's nothing else it can be, because it's not 5, 6, or circle, so this is an X, which means the X's sum to 5, so this in fact sums to more than 5. This is a circly 1, 2, 3, 4 now. It's that circly 1, 2, 3, 4, for whatever it's worth. Does that mean I can place this in these two if I actually go through the thing again? So this one is that one, so it's that one. And it's also this one, so it goes there. I think this green circle digit goes here. Paul Fly's point is that one of these is 5, and I know which one, which is easier than the point I was trying to do. So a good spot to Paul Fly. That one is orange. This is an orange sum cell. There's no way now that this is a 5, because if this over here is a 5, then now the sum is 10. Oh, maybe that does just work if this is a 4 with a 6. Can this cell be a 6? Maybe that cell could be a 6, annoyingly. Right. This is an O, Sayori points out, just by math, because these two need to sum to 5. So as soon as that one was an O, this one's an O as well. So these are both X's, which places the 5 there. This is also an X. Check that sum again. Oh, right. Sorry. If this was a 5, that would sum to 10 plus at least 1 would be at least 11. So that does not work. So the point is now this can't be a 5. So now this is the 5 over here, going back to our 5 pencil marks. One of these two is a 5. Get rid of the purple pencil marks. So over here we have a 5 on the white dot. Yeah. We'll get to the crocky dot in a second. I was just going to see if I could do anything with the 5s. But the point from chat is that these are XX just by looking at the column. And so therefore these are 2, 3 because they are a way of making 5 that's also consecutive. So you can solve a simple linear equation to get that. 1, 4. So all the circles are 1, 4. And all the X's are 2, 3. So 2, 3, 1, 4, 1, 4. Okay, so we've got all of that. This is 1, 4. So can this possibly be a 1? It seems unlikely. If this is a 1, the maximum sum is 7. In which case down here... Right. The minimum sum from this box is 8, because it's 5 plus another number plus 2, and the minimum sum is 8, whereas if this was a 1, the maximum sum would in fact be, would be 7. So that's 1, 4, 1, 1, 1, 4, 1, 4, 1, 1, not a 1. Let's see, 4 is placed here in this box. This is a 2-3 by the fact that I need another 2-3 in orange, which makes that a 4. This is a 5 by the fact that I need a 5 in the grid somewhere. And I'm getting the suspicion we should look at the other grid now. So what can I do with the other grid now? Yeah, we can probably get rid of the O's and X's over here. That's a good idea. So the maximum possible sum is 10. These already sum to at least 7, so this can't be larger than 3, is Alima's point. Agree with that. Again, the minimum possible sum is 8. So this needs to be this needs to be at least 4 just to get me to the minimum sum of 8. So this is always 4, 5, or 6. So yeah, so the maximum sum is 10 actually. So yeah, 5, 2, 3 would get me there. Okay, row 4, column 2 needs to be at least 3 and at most 5, but it can't be 5, so it's a 3 or a 4. So the chasing the 5s from earlier paid off. So this is now a 3 or a 4, and as soon as this is a 3 or a 4, it tells me that the sum is in fact not 10. So the only possible sums are 8 and 9. And so, therefore, this can't be a 6 anymore. It's only a 4 or a 5. And probably also tells me that this can't be a 3 anymore, because 5 plus 2 plus 2 is now the biggest that I can do. So this is not a 3 anymore. These are, of course, from 4, 5, 6. Okay. If this is a 4, then the sum here is 9. Is there a reason why these 3 cells can't sum to 9? That would be convenient, but I don't think there's a reason those cells can't sum to 9. Oh, this is a Renbug. Thank you. This is a Renbug. Not a region sumline. I don't quite understand. We got rid of 6 out of this by looking at the sum, but I don't think we know what the sum is yet, Paulfly, unless I'm missing something, which is always possible. Because I think the sum can still be 8 or 9. Look closely. Yes, sorry. This cell, sorry. I misunderstood what one cell sum meant. These need to sum to 11 with this cell. So therefore that's a 4 and that's a 5 and that's a 5. Good, good. Thank you, Paulfly. So this is a 5, which now means the sum is 9. And if the sum is 9, that means that's a 4. And if the sum is 9, I guess I don't quite immediately learn what this is because I haven't figured that out yet. But we at least get that stuff happening. So 4, where is 4 going in yellow? Only here, right? I think 4 in yellow only goes here. So we can snipe those. 4 is also on this dot. So 4 is here, and 5 is here. I suspect we were meant to think about this white dot in a different way. Either that or it's just there but for sort of symmetry with this other grid, because we did not use this white dot. We just got that 4 and 5 were here by sudoku, is at least my recollection of what happened. You may recall events differently. The symmetry is really impressive, by the way. 5 in box 3 in grid 1. Right. 5 is just placed here. Just by sudoku, thank you, to dweb there. That's the last 5 for this grid. Oh, that's not a 4. So this is the Renbug's 4. So that's a 4. And that is the last 4 for the grid. Let's see. This is a very cool puzzle, by the way. This 1, 2, 3 goes here for whatever it's worth. Do I want to start subcoloring my 1, 2, 3s? I could do that. Because if I can place some 1, 2, 3s into the yellows, maybe I can place where the yellow 6 goes. Do not know immediately. Is it possible that this digit's a 6? Maybe that's a question I should ask. In which case the total would be 11. In which case these two would need to sum to 7. Seems okay. It's still a Renbug. Dagnammit, it's still a Renbug. So yeah, if that's a 6, these are a 2, 3 pair. So we have to like think about where these actually go in these boxes. So this, for example, is not a 5. So this digit, let's just make it purple for now. This digit definitely goes here because it's not a 5. Let's see if we can do any better. Probably not, unfortunately. But we can probably do other things like that. Yeah, like this digit now, for example. We can chase that digit to here by the same sort of logic. And now that digit, which is not a 4 or a 5, is this digit, which I don't have a great way to mark, so I'll do it like that. And so now it's this digit, which I should keep in mind is a 1 or a 2. So So these are all 1, 2. Let's see, that has not yet helped me with pink. Green circle can't be here because it would repeat green circle on this thing that I keep forgetting is a Renbun. But I can't repeat naked green circle on a Renbun, so this is green circle. Good. So that's green circle. So this is not 3, that's not 3. So that gives me all the green circles. See, so this purple has not yet appeared naked on the long Renbun, so it needs to appear either there or there. One of those has to be purple. I don't see a reason why. I know that one of these two is purple. Oh, purple's already been in... There we go. That can't be purple. Because if this were purple, it would make purple go in yellow again. And purple can't go in yellow again. So this cell is not purple. Whereas... am I certain purple isn't 6? I don't think I'm certain purple isn't 6, unfortunately. But I know this isn't purple. So one of these two is purple. Oh, wait, no. So this isn't purple, so that is purple. Regardless. Because that's not purple. So that is purple. It could be 6. Let's see. And so one of these two is purple. If this one is purple, that one's purple. Yeah, where is ordinary purple? Oh, we found ordinary purple on the red line. Somehow in my brain, I was convinced we were still looking for purple on the red line. But we have found naked purple on this line, so therefore purple goes there. Does not repeat on the line. Therefore purple goes there. Therefore purple goes there. And therefore purple is done. So this digit in the circle... Oh, sorry, I already know what that digit in the circle is. This digit in the circle, we can just go into another color now. This digit in the circle, it now goes here. Which means it now goes... I don't know it's not... Oh, no, I do know it's not 5. It's there. Okay, Ambrose has saved us by making the following observation. Purple is not anywhere on this length 4 Renbun, so purple is 6. Thank God. Okay, so purple is 6. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. We greatly appreciate it. Oh, Martin saw it as well. Thank you, Martin, for seeing that. So that will make life easier, and maybe we'll make our lives better. Yes, thank you, Martin. So blue circle is here. We might still have to do a little bit more of this. So blue circle's here. This 6 is on this length 5 Renbun, so this is a 2. So therefore green circle's a 1. No, sorry. Oh, this is green circle, right. So green circle is a 2. I was right for the wrong reason. But green circle is a 2, because this is green circle. Because it's on this Renbun, so therefore this is a 3. And that's a 1. So now blue circle is 3 for sure. Pink is still 6. I don't know how I somehow lost that. That's still 2. This is a 1. That's a 1. Just by sudoku. Blue circle became 3 at an unspecified point. That became a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1. We've got some coloring to do because I have not been completely diligent about my blue circles. I think I should have all my pink circles, all my green circles, all my orange circles. I think I'm good on that front. Okay, so now we can look at this other grid. And we can see now... what am I supposed to look at in this grid? I already knew what that value was going to be. Right. Now this is a 7, and I'm going for 9, so this is a 2. Thank you. So that's a 3 and a 2. That's a 2 and a 3. So that's a 2. I can't repeat values in orange, so that's a 2, and making that a 3 and a 2, making that a 3 and a 2 and a 3. And our betting tree is a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Sweet puzzle. I very much enjoyed that one, Jay. Very neat idea. I like puzzles where they're sort of interacting grids like this. Like this is, and the fact that it's the same exact pattern in both grids is also super cool. Like I often complain about doppel puzzles because they're sort of like less good than regular puzzles, but this actually, the doppel part is built into the solve path because they flip back and forth. So I really like that. This is a very cool idea of a way to do doppel puzzles, which are satisfying. Part of me would have wanted these to be mirrored rather than identical, but yeah, the little magic white dot that does everything. You could have just snuck a Renbug over here and a region sum line here. That would have worked. Yeah, the fact that both length 4 lines were 1, 2, 3, 4 Renbug was very interesting. And the fact that this Renbug turned out not to be a region sum line was also very interesting. I did not see it coming. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, but before I do, I should remind you, in 8 days, so Monday rather than Sunday for my time, I'm doing a 24-hour stream, so I hope you will come by and keep me company as I slowly lose my mind. It's starting at the same time that this stream started, so roughly 3 hours ago, but then the goal is to go from then until then the next day. So look forward to me losing my voice and my sanity as we go through that. But we'll be doing some puzzles. We'll probably make some puzzles. We'll definitely play some games of various assorted types and hang out and have fun. So I hope to see you there. But I'm going to go take a quick break and then come back and do another puzzle for you. So be back in just a minute. All right, welcome back. Next up, we have the puzzle Renbug by Florian Wortmann. Florian always sets delightful puzzles. Very often puzzles involving 10 lines and or Renbun, so great ways to win me over. Usually in the 2 to 3 star difficulty range, but definitely I have done Florian puzzles that have been beyond that. But anyway, a great person to look up on LMD if you're just looking for some puzzles to binge. Oh yeah, that's right. Codec has not set a 10 lines puzzle yet. I would love to see a Codec 10 lines puzzle. That would be awesome. All right. So 10 lines are lines that can be broken down into disjoint groups that sum to 10. Rust does every puzzle is what I am learning from this. All right, so these things are Renbun again, so they contain a string of consecutive digits, and I want to say a string of consecutive digits in any order, except that they're also on top of thermos, which mean that the order has to go up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, for example, would be a valid way to fill this. Black dots have a ratio of 2 to 1, so this could be a 6, and this could be a 3. If this could be a 1.5, which might be a problem. The white dots mean the digits are consecutive, like in the last puzzle. Hey, MicroStudy, how are you doing? Yeah, I believe that we did a puzzle we really liked on stream by Krydax that was called Renbun-bometers or something like that had Renbun on top of thermometers like this. Yeah, so white dot digits are consecutive. And so I have no idea where to put a bet tree. I'm going to just guess here. But if someone has done the puzzle and wants to look up what the last cell they filled was. Okay, row 7, column 7. Okay, so we'll move it slightly on advice of a previous solver of the puzzle. Or I'll just put blue X's all over the place. One of those will happen. I am happy to learn that you sleep, MicroStudy. There are definitely several people who are around stream so often that I sometimes wonder when it is they actually do sleep. So these are coming from 1, 2, 4, 8. But if you look closely, you'll notice it's going to be very difficult for this cell to be an 8 and very difficult for this cell to be an 8 because of the Renbun, it would have to read 8, 9, 10, 11 in order to make that work. And you can't put 2 modifier cells in the same box, which you would have to in order to make that work. So now we have to put 1, 2, 4 in some order here. But if I put the 4 here, I have a problem because then one of my ratios of 2 to 1 is 4 to 1, and that doesn't work. So therefore, this is a 2. And we get to do our 2 dance. Woohoo! Wow! Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated, as always, Zach. So these are from there, from 1 to 4. So the 3 is in one of these cells, of course. So I can actually just fill in a bunch of pairs, which is probably a good idea. So these are 2 and 5. Because, again, this is a Renbun-bometer, so I need to go up by 1. So whichever of these is 1 has a 2, whichever is 4 has a 5. Then these are 3, 6. And then these are 4, 7. And so if you look at what this can be now it can't be 5 either. So this is 6 or 7 only. Sorry, it's not even 7. This is 6 only now. Because 7 is in the row already, and 8 is too big. So I think this is just a weird naked 6, making these a 7-8 pair. One of these two is a 3. 3 wouldn't work because I would need to have a 4 up here, and I can't because of the 4 in the box, Jay. So yeah, so then we've got a triple left that we'll assuredly learn about here. So these are not 1 or 4 or 7 or 8. That's too few digits. The remaining one is a 9. There we go. That's not a 3. Sudoku is going well today, Heliopolis. These aren't 5, actually, because they're the 5 in the row. So, in fact, the 5's actually placed there. If I pay close enough attention. Paying close enough attention is not my strong suit, I will admit. These are a 1 and an 8, I believe. Okay, so on one side, these are a 2-4 pair. And on the other side, they are a what? A something pair. Not quite sure yet. So this white dot either has a 3 or an 8 on it. Oh, 1 and 9. That's a good spot. Okay, so yeah. So one of these is 2-4, and one of them is 1-9. For whatever it's worth. Probably should write in all the possibilities for this black dot. So it's from either 1, 2, 4, 8 or 3, 6. But the fact that this can't be a 6 means this can't be a 3. This can't be an 8 because it's the start of one of these whole thermo things. This can't be a 2, so that can't be a 1 because of just Sudoku stuff. If this is a 4, this would be a 9. That seems like a problem. Or, sorry, doesn't seem like a problem. So, let's see. I can actually just write these in, I suppose. If this is a 1, these would both be 2. That would be a problem, so that's not the case. Yes, this being an 8 would make this cell too big, Kurbon points out, because this cell is at most 6. So this is never an 8. So this can only be a 3 or a 4. Interesting. So this is low. So 5 more than that is 8. So this is only an 8 or a 9 ever. Not quite because of the consecutive part, Echoes. So now 7, 8, 9. This is a 6, that's an 8. Oh. If this is a 4, now this is a 3, that's a problem. As is being pointed out by a couple people in chat. Because now if this is a 4, this is a 3 by Sudoku. That's not going to work. So this is a 2 or a 6. So 2, 4 would have to go with 8. Sorry, no, that's not how that works at all. That's not how that works at all. 2, 4 would have to go with 3 or 5. Not sure. 6, 3. Interestingly, if this is a 6 and this is a 3, then this is an 8. So this is either 4, 9 or 8, 3. Those are the only options. Okay, people are encouraging me to look at what this can be. So let's just start by marking everything. So it doesn't have a 2 on it, so it doesn't have a 1 on it either. It can't be 3, 4 because that would be 3, 4. Or that would break that cell. There's no 5 on it, so now it can't have a 4 on it. So it's only from 7, 8, 9, and if it was 8, 9, it would break that cell. So now this is only 7, 8. Wow, that's amazing. So that's quite a thing. So that 7, 8 now looks up and actually does say this is 9 and 4 and 2. So that's 3, 4, 5. And now this is 3 or 5. Oh, 9, 3. Somehow, I'd convinced myself that... No, it can't... We already proved this. No, we proved this earlier. We did prove this. If this is a 6, that's a 9. Yeah, we did prove this earlier. I thought you had me convinced that I had screwed something up, but for once in ever, we actually had done our due diligence this time. I thought I had remembered what I said backwards. 3, 5. So this is 4 or 6, 5 or 7, 6 or 8. So we have all of that. These are something and something. Well, they're not 7 and 8. They're 1 and 3, interestingly enough. So let's see. So there's not a 1 on this dot. Okay, I'm going to mark up these dots now with what they can be. So they can't be 7, 8, so they can't be 9. This one can't have a 1 on it either because of the 2 in the column. This one has a little bit more modality. So let's see. Do any of these break? 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. I think all of those are okay. Oh, and this has to go down, funnily enough. That's interesting. I'd not noticed this before. This number is 1 less than this number, which I don't think is going to do a lot. It will slightly clean up the numbers. But the number that's 1 bigger than this number goes here because of the Renbug-bometer. So this is never a 3, actually. Wait, no, sorry. No, so this is never a 3. No. This is the smaller number. Right, so this is never a 3, and this is never a 6. Yeah, so it's like the Renbug-bometer goes like 1 more cell down. And so this is never a 1. That's never a 6. Just to do that. Okay, so if this is a 4, it puts a lot of pressure on this. This becomes 5, 6 exactly if this is a 4. Yeah, we can mark it, although I don't see how a conflict could arise if I start with a different digit. Wow, that's clever. Yep. So if so J40 has a brilliant point. I don't know if it's at all useful, but it's brilliant. If this is a 3, then this goes 3, 4, 5, and then this cell sees all of them. So this is never a 3, and that's never a 4. Amazingly. Yes. Okay. So good spot from Martin. There's a 5 over here, so these cells aren't 5. So the 5 is in one of these 3 places, and Martin's point is this cell sees all 5 or all 3 of those places. So this cannot be a 5. And therefore this is a 7. Which makes that an 8, 6, 5. Martin explained it slightly differently, but that's how I'd see it. Okay, so now remember this digit's 1 bigger than this one, so this can't be a 5, so this can't be a 6 anymore. This digit's 1 bigger than this one, so this can't be a 4 anymore. So one of these is definitely a 2. And that gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple, which means this isn't a 3, so this isn't a 4. So we can sort of write in all of our options now, I suspect. Let's see. I'm looking at Martin's point. By the way, there are 2 Martins in chat, so Apologies when I just say Martin. People can look and see which Martin I'm talking about. It's amazing how many duplicate names we have in chat among regular chatters. Slightly confused by the thing. Sorry, I thought I was going to get away without pencil marking the thermos, but I think I'm not. 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. So 4 in box 6. Ah, yes, 4 in box 6 is there. That seems like the very nice way to do this, because that then will just tell us that's a 5, a 6, and a 7, and a 6, and an 8, and a 9, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and a 5, and an 8, and a 7. There we go. That was the way that was less work. Not that anything anyone said was wrong, I don't think. I was just looking for a way that sort of felt on theme for the puzzle so far. 1914. These 2 and these 4 are probably markable. So that is a 4 and a 9, which makes that a 1 and a 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 1, 8, 6. So 7 and 8 are now done. And so we can now probably actually mark the whole grid if we are so inclined, because there's got to be tons of naked singles laying around. 2, 3, 5, 9, 1, 9, 7. 8, 6, 1, 9, 5, 2. 6, 8, 3, 2, 6, 4, 1, 2, 4, 7, 5, 2, 9, 8, 1, 9. And so that is a 3 and a 1 and a 7. And our bet tree is a 3. Congratulations to all the 3 tree bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I know Bremster and Jaleb are big 3 stands. I'm sure there are others of you out there. That was a very adorable puzzle. I liked that. I liked that one. Alrighty, let me see if I can pull up something else. I probably have another puzzle in here somewhere, so I'll be back in not too long. All right, let's do this Nurikabe arrow puzzle by Agent. We'll see. Last time I tried to do an Agent puzzle, MicroStudy said we'd already done it on the channel. So let's see if we can find an Agent puzzle we have not done. So normal arrow rule. So the sum of the digit in the arrow circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow. All low digits must be orthogonally connected, and each 2x2 group of cells must contain at least one high digit. Oh, I realized I didn't put a link in chat. Give me 1 second and I'll give you a link. All right, back. Tristan was busy packing, although I now see that Tristan has said that I could do that, or that Tristan is here. Yep. So it is a Nura copy, basically. 5 being forced to hang out with the lows. So this digit is definitely high because it's a sum of 3 digits. I can say that much. I know, interestingly, that there is a high digit here. Actually, I know this digit's high as well, because of the 15 trick. By the way, does anyone know a good bet tree? Otherwise, I will just make one up. But this digit's high because of the following sort of fancy trick with arrows, which is that these 5 cells need to sum to at least 15. And so even if this is a 9, this still needs to be at least 6 to make that work. Otherwise, it will not work. Last cell is row 4, column 2. All right, so we'll put the tree here and see what happens. Okay. So annoyingly, you can just barely get a 6 onto this line, because this 2x2 has to have a high digit in it, is the thing that I'm looking at, and does not seem all of that useful, if I'm being honest. Okay, I think the point is, can there be... No, that's not quite the point. It's close. How many high digits can I possibly have in here? I think only 1. I can do my math of the maximum sum of these two is 18, and so therefore if the minimum sum of these is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 15, I have 3 degrees of freedom, so I have something like a 1 and a 2. Let's see, it's being claimed that these two are the same digit. If not, this digit shows up on this arrow. Because it certainly doesn't show up on its own arrow, but that seems okay to me. Oh, right. Okay, so the point is that this trick I miss every time. I miss this trick every time it comes up. If this digit actually does show up in one of these, let's just say this digit's blue circle, and let's say that digit is blue circle. Well, the sum of these two is equal to the sum of these 5, but now cancel the blue circle from that equation, and the sum of this digit is now the sum of these 4 digits, and you can't do that. So indeed, actually, we can say this digit is this digit. And now the sum of these two needs to be at least 15, which means that this is only able to be an 8 or a 9. If it were a 9, it would certainly go down there. It is a very cool trick. I just never see it. Despite the fact that it does, as chat says, come up a lot. Low digits are orthogonally connected to each other. Right. This digit, it goes in this morass of digits. Because it's not blue circle. So this digit just sudoku-logically goes in here, which means this digit goes into the maximum that these digits can be is, remember, 3 degrees of freedom. So the largest that these digits can possibly be is 8. And so this can't be a 9. And so blue circle, chat's point is, can never go on here. Blue circle always goes here. Blue circle 8, 9 goes there. Okay. We certainly have to have a high digit in here. We could have 2 high digits in here, I believe. If this digit is low, then this digit is low. Because the lows have to connect. Is that a problem? It doesn't sound good to me, but I don't think it's a problem. So Isabella's point is to imagine the world where this is high. Because this is high, this is low. And so now this low has to connect with its friends. But now I've broken this. Yeah, your point is exactly the kind of thing that the bifurcation palette exists for. So the by the way, the starting point here was imagine that all of these are low, but now I've got 6 lows on here. So there's definitely a high digit on here. But the only high digit that can possibly go on here is a 6. So this is 1, 2, 6 exactly. And blue circle is 9. Alrighty, and let's do our 9 dance. Woo! Woo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zachary. Thank you. Much appreciated, as always. So if these are 1, 2, 6, this needs to sum to 9. It must be as 4, 5. There's no other way for that to work. If this is the 4, I think it's going to be a huge problem. Because if this is a 4... Oh, no, sorry. These are both blue. Sorry. I'm keep mentally trying to add 4, 5 to high. Not the other way around. These are low. Okay. And the only low remaining is a 3. And so the only low remaining in the box is a 3. That 3 can't go here, or it would have to get out through some other lows, and that's not going to work. And it can't go here because it would force the low there too. So the 3 is in fact here. Okay. And again, these are now high. So the low has to go through here. Oh, wait, it already connects. Never mind. Sorry. I am wrong. If the 3 is in one of these, it connects through here, is the point that Chad is making. So this digit definitely appears in here. So that means it's a maximum of 6. Garion says it can't be 6. But I'll go 4, 5, 6 is what I'm comfortable with. Marking. Oh, it's because 6 is not possible to make without 4 and 5. Right, there's a 4-5 pair here. So 6, the only 2 ways to make it are 1, 5, and 2, 4, and you can do neither. Which actually makes this low, which makes these both low, which makes this high. By magic. No problem, Sarah. I hope you get to go home soon. There's certainly a 1 or a 2 one here. Yeah, I mean, it is worth marking, I suppose. Saori points out that these are from 1, 2, 3, because I can't use 4, 5, and I'm certainly not using something bigger than that. Oh, Casey has donated $5 to say hey to me and Tristan. Thank you so much, Casey. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! 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 Waha! Thank you so much, Casey. Greatly appreciated. Very, very much. Thank you so much, Casey. Great to have you around. So this column... So if this is a 1 or a 2, these are all orange. Which is going to force all of these to be orange, and that's too many oranges by a lot. So let me go into the bifurcation palette. If this is blue, that's all of the blues for this column. That makes all of these orange. But now these are isolated, so they're all orange. But now I have 6 highs in this box, and that's a lot too many highs. So this is in fact 6. Meaning these are both blue. Meaning that this is never 3. Because if this is 3, again, sort of like bifurcation palette, this is a much shorter bifurcation palette. If this is low, then these are high, and now this is isolated. Oh no, we gave away a $100 video game. That's sad. So this is high. What game was it, and who buys game cartridges these days? Oh, 1,000? Oh, dear Lord. Go buy it from Goodwill before they sell it. Let's see. This is a 7 or an 8. This tree... I don't think I know whether this tree is high or low yet, because all I know is that 2x2 groups contain a high digit. I don't know that 2x2 groups contain a low digit. I don't believe. This digit is high because 1 and 2 are gone, so these two are at least 3 and 4. So this is in fact at least 7. In fact, it's only 7 and 8. Those are the only options. And definitely a 3 on the arrow, because if there was not a 3, then it would be a minimum of 4 or 5. So yeah, so one of these is a 3. I only have one more high in column 1, and it's up here, is Paul Fly's point. Because I only have... Because one of these definitely is high, and there's only 4 in the column, so therefore these are always blue. Right. So the point is, if the bet tree is blue, then these become orange, and these blues are isolated. So the bet tree is, in fact, orange. One of these is blue. Where's the 3 in this column? It's definitely on this arrow. A little suspicious of this being low, but we could do that. This is also a 7 or 8, actually. So the only high digit left in this row is a 6. So these digits are always low. That's awesome, because this digit's at most a 6. It sees 7, 8, 9. That's great. So we've got that. This could still be high if it's exactly a 6, but we've got at least some low stuff. Oh, right. The biggest digit I can put on here is a 5, and 5 in this puzzle is low. That is true. So this is high. Right. Where does the 6 go in the box? The 6 goes in the box here. Got it. Okay. So these are all low. Got it. This is a high to avoid a 2x2, as Todd points out. This is, of course, a 3, 4, or 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. This certainly isn't low anymore, because it would make all of these lows, and that's too low, or that's too many lows. So this is high. And so it's a 6, 7, or 8. This is orange to avoid a 2x2. Several people in chat are pointing out correctly. This is a 6, just by Sudoku, chat pointing out. If this was blue, this would be blue. I'm not sure if I see an immediate problem with that. I know these aren't both blue. Could these both be blue? I don't see an immediate problem with that. If this is orange, the blues in this row are exactly these. To avoid a 2x2, but I think that's okay. No, there's 5. There's 5. There's 5 lows, not 4 lows. So if this is high, then I now have to put 4 lows in here, and I can't without making a 2x2. So this is always low, is the point, which makes this orange. And now this actually has to get out, which makes that blue just for connectivity reasons. If this is blue by connectivity, it would force all of these to be blue, which would make this arrow double orange, which is not going to work, so this is never blue. Let's see. This is orange because of the avoid a 2x2 reason. And now I know where my 2 lows are, just to finish this off, because of the fact that I can't put the 2 lows next to each other. This is blue now, because otherwise I have a high plus high on an arrow, and we don't want that. If this is orange, that becomes orange, and that's too many oranges, because if this is orange, this cell's isolated and hence is orange, so this cell is blue. Oh, in fact, there just are the right number of oranges in the box already, so I better not. So let's just fill in all the blues. Let's see. 9 in box 2, Medi says, which I like. I'm not putting a 9 on an arrow that adds to 6, 7, or 8. And therefore 9 in this box goes here, because where else is it going to go? I only get one more low in this whole column. Oops, that's not what I intended to do at all, and you know it. People really want me to fill in this arrow, but I don't get the point of this arrow. It's because this is a 7 or an 8. Got it. Okay, that's the thing I was missing. This is a 7 or an 8. I was missing that this couldn't be a... Yeah, so this is a 7 or an 8, but this is at most 8. So, in fact, 8, 7, 1 is the only way it works. Yeah, I was... Yes, I did not see the point of the arrow. It was very, very well stated. So now this is a 2-3 pair, making that a 5 is the only way that's going to work to make this work out. Oops, goddammit. So this is now a 4 because it sees every other low digit. These are a 1, 2, 3. So now this is a minimum of 4. Oh, so this could just eke by, is the point. This 5 places itself up here, Kurabon points out. This is a 6 because it's the only high left. Let's see. If this is high, it's a 6. If this is high, it's a 9. In fact, actually, I should probably point out the remaining digits in this column are 5, 6, and 9, so I can go ahead and fill those in. These digits I know now are not those, not 4 and 5. These are 2, 3, 4, of course. That's not a 2. So I can't make this cell blue now. If I make this cell blue, that's the last blue for the row. It makes all of... Let me, in fact, show you. This is what bifurcation palettes are made for. If I make this cell blue, it makes all of these orange. But now all of these are blue, and that's bad because the blues are isolated. So this is not blue, it's orange. And that's blue, making that 3, and that 7, making that not 3. Now, if this is a blue, we have a very similar problem. If this is a blue, these become orange, and now I've got blues up here that are never finding their friends. So this is not blue, it's orange as well, making it a 6 or an 8. So we've got that. We've got a 7 up here somewhere, as well as 2 lows. These are from 2, 3, 4. Yeah, got it. Okay, I was trying to visualize this in my head, and I could not quite get it, but Jay Dyer just said it beautifully. If this is orange, both of these are blue, but only one of these is blue. And so one of them is cut off. Very well stated. So this is always blue. The middle 3 columns are roped. Good spot. Okay, so this 2, 3, 4 creates a hidden triple, basically. Where do 2, 3, and 4 go in box 8? The answer is 2, 3, and 4 go here. And so that's a 2, 3, 4. And so now I ask, where does 6, 9, and 5 go in this box? And so they have to go here. So these are a 6, 9 pair. It's orange. And now these are 1, 7, 8. And these are 1, 7, 8. The 8 probably doesn't go on this arrow. I'm convincing myself if the 1 and 5 need to go next to each other horizontally in order for the blues to connect. I think they do. So imagine that I make this a 5. Sorry, not the bifurcation palette. Imagine that I make this low. So this is a 5. Now this is a 1. Now the point is, look at the orange. And now this giant wall of orange cuts off this blue down here. So that doesn't work. So this is no longer able to be no longer able to be low. So it is in fact high. It's not 5. Now, Selena also had a good point, which is that it's not possible for it to be 6 either, because there's no way these numbers add to 6. So it is in fact 9, which makes this a 7 and a 2, just by maths. So this is a 5, and that's a 6. And now, same argument, this had better be blue. If it's not blue, then I have created, again, an orange wall. So now these are both orange. To make that work. So this is a 1 and an 8. That's not a 1. So we've got all of that. I was looking to see if I could do something with the sudoku down here. Don't immediately think that I can. This arrow, I can, Garian points out. 2 in this box is now on this arrow with a 3. So this is a 2, 3 sort of arrow, and 2 plus 3 is 5. And there's a 3 over down here by the fact that the 3s are aligned in these two. So this is a 1 or a 4. I'll record just for later. A lot of people are excited about 5 in box 4 all of a sudden. 5 in box 4 is on the arrow. Let's go ahead and handle that. So this is a 3, 5 arrow, making that sum to 8. So we've got that going on. I know one of these two is blue. But not quite. So there's a 9 up here. It's in one of these two cells, just by Sudoku. There's a 6 over here somewhere. Let's see. Casey says this is high. I was trying to do this in my head and I could not get it to work. So in the world where this is blue, these are both high. What's to stop me from doing something like that to get out? Have I done something wrong? Probably. I'm not sure. This is what I was trying to visualize in my mind, and I could not get far enough ahead to convince myself that it broke. That makes a 2 by 2 on the right. Both of these would have to be 1, is a valid, although insane point. Okay, I'm not comfortable using this. We'll use it if we have to, but this is more involved than I am willing to go at the moment. I know that one of these is a 1. So yes, so we'll make it much easier if we notice that one of those is a 1, and therefore this is a 1. That will make our lives a little bit better, I suspect. So these are a 2, 4. So yeah, so so now we can do geometry with the fact that one of these is blue and one of these is blue, and they're not in the same row. So we have to ask ourselves which looks better, that combo of blues, which is terrible, because this combo of blues, which are also known as 1s, would place an orange there and an orange there, and that breaks the world. So that pair doesn't work. So therefore, the correct pair is this pair of blues, which is going to orangeify those, making that the 1 and that the 1 and that the 7. That the 7 as, sorry, no, not the 7. That the 8 by sudoku, because where does 8 go in this box? This is orange. Now this is blue because otherwise this doesn't connect. Wait, we don't believe that the other way is broken? Okay, let's go back to the bifurcation palette. So my contention was that this way breaks because these are both orange. Oh, but the point is that this can still be blue. Ah, yeah, I missed that it could still be blue down here. Okay, so never mind. So I don't think we know anything. We know that either these are both blue or these are both blue. But we don't yet know exactly what is happening. I don't think, because of that. I missed that that over down there. But the point is, one of these two is a 1. And so, well, this digit's at least 4. I guess I don't even have to do that. This digit's at least 4, whether it's high or low. And that's going to make this high regardless. And so this is always 7 or 8 because it sees 6 and it sees 9. Hey, Agent! I hope you're having a good day. That's a smart spot. So Jay Dyer points out one of these two is the 1. If it's that one, this cell is orange. If it's that one, this cell's orange. So this cell's always orange regardless. So this is the other 7, 8 for the row. This combo's broken now, right? I think this combo's broken. Because now if that... No, this is the combo I thought was broken before, but it's still not broken because it can still escape out there. Never mind. Oh, the broken thing is this being orange, isn't it? Because if this is orange, now this is blue, and now this is blue, and now now these don't connect at all. Complicated. Okay, so so that cell's never orange. So it's blue. So this is orange. By virtue of being orange, it's a 4, which makes that a 3 and a 4, which makes that a 2 and a 3. These are a 2, 9 pair, just for the record. Row 9 now, MicroStudy points out, has only lows left because this is an 8. And that's a 7. So these are all blue. They are 3, 4, 5. This is an 8. So this is either a 5 or a 6 to make that work. So my blues have to get me out of the box. And so they either have to get me out of the box like that or get me out of the box like that. In particular, if this is blue, I'm never getting out of the box. So this is 7. Column 8's oranges are done, so these are blue. Thank you, Codec. Good spot. So this is 6, so it's orange. These are orange. Okay, so now this path out of the box is not going to work because it's going to dead end me into orange. So now these are blue and these are orange. So that's a 2 and a 9 and a 6. That's a 9 and a 6. These are 7 and 8. So that's a 9. I probably know what order the 7 and 8 go, if I think about it, because it's also a kind of thermo. I need the bigger number in the bulb. So 3, 2 go on down there. These are blue because of the column. These are orange because of the box. That is 7 and 8. So we've got all of that. That's... Oh, I don't quite... No, that is the 2. That's the 2 because of sudoku. 2 and 2 look up there, making that a 4 and a 3 and a 2, making that a 5 and a 4, making that a 1. This is only a 5. This is the 3, and that's the 4 by sudoku, so that's the 5 and the 4 and the 3. That's the 1. So now that has become the 1. So that's the 7. That's the 1. That's orange of some description. So now we probably have to figure out how to make 8 out of 6 and something. So 8 is 6 plus 2, so that's 2 and 3. That's 4 and 2. That's 5 and 3. That's 5 and 4. That is 8, and our betting tree is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is a 7. So congratulations to all the 7 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very nice puzzle, Agent. Really liked that. How often did this break while you were setting it? This feels like the sort of thing that would break over and over and over again while you were setting it. Maybe I am wrong. But this sort of things, like the lows are connected stuff, always feels like it's going to be a nightmare to get to actually work. Yeah, that often happens at the end of one of these sorts of puzzles that you have to like figure out, like, okay, how do I actually make this work, and then add a clue so that the solver doesn't have to do that. Alrighty, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll come back and I'll do at least one 6x6, so I'll be right back. welcome back. See people in chat talking about F puzzles undergoing some changes, and MicroStudy recommending setting in Penpa. I almost exclusively set in Penpa, unless I'm really using all the tools available, in which case then I'll set in Sudoku Studio, which actually is in quite good shape. I have not tried F puzzles since the dawn of these things. We have a Walluigi puzzle. I believe Walluigi is Logan in chat. I could be wrong. But same arrow rules, but no shading this time. So the thing that I'm inclined to notice is that one of these is a 6. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh. Is my number pad dying? Uh-oh. Okay, I don't think my number pad works anymore. Well, we're going to do it with the keyboard number pad then. Good thing this isn't happening on the 24-hour stream. It probably needs a charge. I don't know. So if that's the case, this isn't a 6. These aren't 6. So one of these is a 6. But one of these is a 6 for the same reason. So one of these two is a 6. These two numbers need to sum to at least 10 by our previous discussion. And if neither of these was a 6, these two numbers, or these four numbers, could not sum to at least 10. This is the 6x6 version of our problem from last time. So therefore, this is a 6. And this is a 4 or a 5. And similarly, this is a 6 because these numbers need to sum to at least 10, so do these numbers. And so that's a 6. That's not. Okay, so that's a 6 just by chasing the 6s down here. And that's a 6 by chasing the 6s up there. I know that 1, 2, and 3 are gone in here. So these numbers are from 4, 5, 6. The reason why I know 1, 2, and 3 are gone in here is because the maximum sum of these cells is actually 11, which would be 1, 2, 3, 5. So the 4, the 5, and the 6 are over here, which actually I notice gives me a triple. That's why I filled it in. So these cells are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Just to add to our experience. And I'm sure the same thing happens over here. That these are from 1, 2, 3. So these are from 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, and 3 are over here. So only 4, 5, and 6 are left. This is from 4, 5, although I never wrote it in. And so these are from 1, 2, 3. Now here it's very potent because here it tells me this isn't the 6. Because if this was the 6, how am I making 6 out of only 1, 2, 3s? I am not. So this is the 6. And that's the 6. Go 6 and 6. There's definitely a 3 in these cells, because if there's not, they sum to 3, and this is not a 3. So no 3 down there. This needs to be a 5 now, because if it's a 4, I get a 1, 2, 3 quadruple in the box. This is gorgeous setting, by the way. This is a 5. And likewise, this needs to be 1, 4, because if it's 2, 3, I get a 1, 2, 3 quadruple. So that's 1, 4, which does two things. I mean, it does a whole bunch of things all over the grid. It makes that a 5. It makes that a 4. That a 4, apparently. These are now 1, 3. So these are 2, 4, and I know the order. So that's a 1 and a 4. This digit's a 5. This digit's a 2. This digit's a 1. This digit's a 3. That's a 1. That's a 2 and a 3 and a 2. That's the 3 for this box. That's a 5. That's a 4. This is a 1, 5, and I know the order. Which sorts out the 3 and the 1. This is a 2 for the box. That's the 3 for the box. This is the 2 for this box. This is the 5 for this box. This is the 1 for this column, the 3 for this row, and the 4 for the box. Gorgeous puzzle. Really liked that, Walluigi. Super, super clean. I doubt it was the fastest, although it was certainly on the faster end. Yeah, that was very clean. Alrighty, I probably have time to do one more, although it will probably be a little longer. But let's see. I will pull up another 6x6. I will be right back. All right, we are back with a DJV 6x6 this time. So we have killer cages and we have entropic lines. And remember that entropic lines in this case care about 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. Yes, Casey, the 24-hour stream is starting on Monday, May 22nd at 10 a.m. So 4 hours ago, 8 days from now, is when the 24-hour stream will be. Okay. So the thing I notice immediately is there's not a 1 or a 2 in this 9 cage, and so therefore this is the low. That's the 1, 2 for my entropic line. Count 1, 2, 3. That's the low. Count 1, 2, 3. That's the low. So I can fill in those. It will be an adventure codec, I fully expect. So these are 1 or 2, and that's 1 or 2. Let's see. I could have a high in here, unfortunately. Let's see. What else can I do? It is true that there are also palindromes, so these two are the same digit. So I guess I can just color, I can color this unknown entropy. And so by the palindrome, this digit goes here, so it goes there as well. I don't know what entropy color it is, but we can do that. And this is the other entropy color, so we'll make it purple, so that's purple. But then by entropy, we go 1, 2, 3, and that's purple. And 1, 2, 3, and that's green. And so purple is there, and green is there. So now where did the greens go in this box? That's got to be green for lots of reasons. Now this cell is blue, just to finish off the box. This cell is to finish off the column. This cell's purple to finish off the box. This cell's blue to finish off the box. Let's see, and these are a blue-purple pair, huh? They are a blue-purple pair indeed. These are also a blue-purple pair. These are also a blue-purple pair. And yes, Sarah, these are one of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. And blue is the one that's definitely 1, 2. Smart spot from Garion. This is a 1, 2. A 6 sum always has a 1, 2 in it. And so the other blue is here. So this cell is not blue. This cell is purple or green. And so if I percolate that up, this cell is purple or green. And if I percolate it down, 1, 2, 3, this cell's purple or green. And then I can reflect it across the palindrome. That cell's purple or green. Let's see. So, So I'm trying to figure out if that's supposed to help me place the blues or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, so these two are the same. Not the same digit, but they're the same high-lowity. These two are also the same high-lowity. I'm trying to figure out if I can do anything with that. Yes. Oh, no. I'm going to say, so that high-lowity goes either... But that high-lowity needs to go in one of these two places, but I don't think I know which one, so I don't think I'm quite there yet. Okay, there is some request to XO this part of the grid. Just to keep... Basically, subcoloring the purples is what has been requested. Those are the same. These I know are the same. And so the point is, this cell actually sees both the purples through the medium of the palindrome. Because these two are the same, and they see both. So they're not purple, they are green. That is very clever. Okay, well spotted to Sayori there. 2, 3. So these are also, therefore, green. Oops. O, X, O, X, O for the blues. Where's the other green in box 6? It's not there, because that would repeat green too soon on the entropic line, and the greens in these columns are done, so this cell is green. Yeah, so this is the green X, so that's the green O, that's the green X, that's the green O, that's the green X, that's the green O, that's the green X, that's the green X. Just so that we can have all of that spelled out. These two are the same, so they're either blue circle... Oh, there's another green. Sorry, somehow I thought green was done. This is the last green. That is a green O. So whatever this digit is, I'm just going to make it orange for a second. Orange goes there. And so we can contemplate what orange is. And so orange sees only purple circle. Orange sees only blue X. No, orange sees blue X and blue circle. Got it. Okay, so orange is not green, because we have every green in the grid. And in row 1, orange sees both blues. So orange is, in fact, purple. And therefore, this cage is double purple, because purple is 3 or 4. So we can percolate that down. So that cell is purple. That we can percolate up. So that cell is purple. And then we can... do we know what? Oh, right. We don't know that purple is 3-4. I usually use purple to mean 3-4. But purple is in fact not known to be 3-4. I just made that up. We're still right up until then, so we can do a little bit of coloring. Like that X makes that an X. Which makes that an X by sudoku. Did I misdo my entropic coloring, or did I just not color this? I think I just didn't color that. And so, yeah, once you do that, once you realize that I screwed up the coloring, now that actually does go here. And so that actually makes purple 3-4, because it's telling me the sum of the purples is the thing it's supposed to be. So that's blue, that is purple and blue, and blue, and blue, and purple, and blue, and we'll finish our coloring. So this is blue X. This is blue circle, blue X, purple circle, blue X, purple circle, blue X. Okay, so now we can notice that purple is 3-4, so we'll switch to color mode, double click, and hit 3-4. We will hit 1-2 for blue, and 5-6 for green. Now, you'll notice if you try and solve this equation, what equals 6? 3 plus 1 or 2? No. So purple circle has to be 4 in order to make that work. And blue X is 2. Blue circle is 1. So let's see. Purple X is therefore 3. Oh, I missed this blue circle being 1. And now I solve for 9 is 4 plus blank. It's 5. So green circle is 5. And green X, therefore, is 6. Lovely puzzle, DJV. And indeed, 5s are green, as everyone would hope. Very nice little puzzle. I enjoyed that. Full grid coloring puzzles are so much more fun in 6x6 than they are in 9x9. In 9x9, they're the sort of thing that I'll do like once in a while. But in 6x6, it's a fun thing because, you know, it can never be that complicated. All right, well, that's going to conclude today's stream. Again, I'll be streaming, I think, on Thursday. Look out for an announcement. I have to go to graduation and various other graduation-related things, so I think probably Friday is not going to work for my stream. But perhaps most excitingly, a week from Monday, that is a week from tomorrow, I'm doing a 24-hour stream. So I hope you will come join that and help keep me sane, or make me less sane, as the case may be. When we'll do lots of Sudoku, we'll set some puzzles. Hopefully, we'll play some video games. It will be a good/insane time. We will see how it goes. But that's about all for me today. So I'd like to, as always, end by thanking everyone who supports the stream. So it means the world to us. It helps keep the stream going and helps keep the stream ticking. So thank you very much. If you'd like to support the stream, if you're having fun around here and you want to make sure it keeps going, you can do that for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button down below. Or if you'd rather make a one-time donation, you can do that through Ko-fi. You can ping Tristan or I for information about that. There'll be more information about that forthcoming. But if you'd rather do a one-time donation, you can do that either through YouTube or Ko-fi, as you prefer. Alrighty. Thank you to the people who donate at the top level. So I usually call them out by name when I remember. Sorry when I forget. I have a pretty good record of remembering. So that's David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan Wall, Walluigi from the earlier puzzle. Daniel and Willie, thank you so much. I will see you all very soon. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.